constitution. Just that figure. This such situation has neither improved nor been reversed by previous socio-political leadership which we have had in Ghana. On the contrary, it is now a free fall, cascading in rudderless fashion as the once viable, competitive, and progressive nation with so much prospects for greatness is now a shadow of itself. Nature itself, the manner of flooding and aggressive erosion is not helping matters. It has compounded our woes, justifying the prophecies of the naysayers that we have no real chances of survival, let alone development. But nature, did I say nature? I don't believe entirely so. This is without prejudice to the fact that we have argued elsewhere and in other fora that the perennial flooding on River Niger and Benue and the resultant erosion of the river banks along our coastal communities can no longer be categorized as natural disasters and occurrences, in the sense that the causes and solutions of the affected rivers and waterways are known. We know the causes, don't we? Do we know the causes of this flooding?
Yes, we do.
There is even predicted. Projections are made. They are known. The solutions are within our reach. If we are a serious nation, this time I'm talking of Nigeria, the solutions are available and they are achievable. Let me reference our chairman, Dr. Obiang, in his inimitable words, while articulating the mission statement of NDA in December 2020. He said, and I quote, "At this point in the evolution of Ndokwa East, Niger Summit is a child of necessity. It is a response to the deplorable states of underdevelopment and the miserable conditions in which our people live, as compared to the national and human resources that we have as a people, and our net contribution to the wealth of Nigeria. It has become a criminal negligence, not only on the part of the government, of federal, state, and local governments, but also an indictment on the political and professional elites of Niger for doing nothing." So with this profound statement by the chairman of Niger, the pathway for a rebirth was born. The courage and the vigor to recommit ourselves to the greater ideals of a prosperous Niger were hatched. The stamina to stay the course of recovery and rebuilding a devastated nation was identified, and the discipline required to reclaim and remain focused in spite of all odds was cultivated and incubated. Against this background, it bears no further emphasis, as it is with several other features and identities and essence of Niger, that the Ndokwa East local government area remains the third largest contributor of petroleum products, particularly gas, to the collective resource pool of the state, and by extension, the fifth major contributor to Nigeria by the aggregate proportion of resource contribution per host community. In fact, please lend me your ears here. The potentials are not just brighter, they are better. The output certainly will increase, and this will be done exponentially as the Okuibome and Anieze fields, both within Nega, will serve as a gas feedstock to the Okume Kwale industrial parks. Am I right? Am I right? Yes. By the way, these two places I mentioned are where? They are Lower West. And then you draw the resources to feed those. Please, I will deal later with the politics of resource distribution so that we understand the political economy of what we're into. This is not to discountenance the age-long exploration and gas flaring activities that have persisted at Okpan. Am I right? My father is 96 years old now. Engineer Nono tells me about his own father. He told me that as a young boy, running around the village, he used to see from Abba Ocean, he used to see the gas flaring. And I guess it's still there today. So we cannot afford to discountenance that age-long exploration, if you like, exploitation and gas flaring activities that has persisted at Okpan, a notable host community, and a major independent power plant in Nigeria. It is hoped that the host communities within NEGA, please, the PGs should take note of this, should adequately appreciate their entitlements under the Extant Petroleum Industry Act, which came into force in August 2021, and remain vigilant. What did I say? They should remain vigilant, because vigilance is the eternal price we pay for our liberty. So the host community should appreciate, if you like, I'll make available that particular act, because I believe we host a lot of these natural resources. In particular, I will encourage them to pay attention to Chapter 3, the entire Chapter 3 of the Petroleum Industry Act. It is no longer a bill, it is an act. It's an act of the National Assembly now. It's a law. And you don't choose and pick the aspect of the law that you implement. And it's all about host community development, with emphasis on fostering sustainable prosperity within host communities, as well as providing direct social and economic benefits from petroleum operations to host communities. I will recommend, I can see some of you already writing, please write down section 234 of that particular PIA Act. Note, however, that this is different. And besides their social corporate responsibilities, that must continue if we have organized, formidable, interested blocks and movements, just as I've seen today. Now, I've talked about the law, I've talked about the Social Responsibility Act. What about that very important constitutional provision? Please don't be annoyed, I'm a lawyer, so we also make references to the law. This time, I'm referencing section 162, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That's the section that gives to all of you who bear these resources 13% derivation. It's a constitutional provision. When you say constitutional, it's different from statutory. So who are we? NDA as a group with clarity of purpose and conscious of the self-imposed mandate of is ready to struggle on the part of the people. Our people are deprived. We have assembled a critical mass. It may not be up to 200, but that's a critical mass. Because we know our strength, we know our strengths as thinkers and doers within NEGA, and they're all scattered all over the world. We have deliberately refused to see the heights and depths of our problems. We are, on the contrary, focusing on the resources that we have. And make no mistake about it, that human resources is by far more than the oil that we are talking about, including the gas. and we have them. You can see Prof here. Prof, you're welcome. There's another Prof, Professor Adobe, she's with us. Women from NELGA, dramatizing capacity all over. Yet, there's no roads to my village. None. The ones we have don't get graded after flooding. I use speedboat. It's so bad that during flooding, the poverty of our situation is that somebody can die within that 2 months of flooding. You can't bury it. Will you dig the water before you dig the ground? That is how bad. So we are disgraced in life and humiliated at death. NDA is registered. It's an incorporated trustee. I can see some of the board members here, including my humble self. It came into being in August 2021. It has a website for those of you who would like to be curious about what we're doing. It's functional, and you can access it reaching out to negadu.org. Membership is open to everyone who is sufficiently interested in the affairs of NEGA, but thoroughly embarrassed. You must be angry. If you're not angry, you can't fit in here. You won't sit well. You'll be embarrassed. You'll be scandalized by the level of underdevelopment and deprivation. It is a credible platform of selfless NEGA elites, regardless of age, regardless of creed, regardless of your status. All we need is that your anger, that humanity has left this stage. I'm talking of Ndokwa East. Women go behind the building to deliver babies. Am I not telling lies? And in the process, they die. Yet, there is a corresponding whooping amount of budgetary allocations and what we're entitled to, which you can't access. This is the forum that will deal with those issues. It is an association that has refused to leave NEGA the way they met it. And are accordingly driving the process of the new NEGA through fresh consciousness and dedication. It was therefore easy, very easy for us to recognize that the leadership recruitment process is a threshold to solving this problem. And that's why, gentlemen, you are here. We are grabbing it with our 2 hands. We are seizing the moment, we are taking the occasion. If we must address the problem. So in our mission statement, the objective of evolving a participatory leadership through strategic engagement featured there, and that is what you are experiencing today. You are aware that the legitimacy of your leadership is measured by the processes of your involvement, and that process must be participatory. That's what you are doing today. That interface, that interaction, that bonding, that opportunity to be assessed is what we're focused on today. So we're building on the principles of accountability, transparency, and ethical realignment in public service. We declare then, as we now advocate, that all those who aspire to public office, elected or appointed, shall be men and women of honor, character, with demonstrable ethical conduct and selflessness. They shall abide by the declarations of Ndokwa East and subject themselves to accountability, including participation in public debates and town halls, before or after obtaining their nominations when necessary. But please, let me sound a note of caution. I don't want to say warning. Make no mistake about it. Don't think that it's all about speaking grammar. We are out. Those of you who should look very well, you may probably see me on national stage in this country. We're coming back home in a way that clearly shows that it is no longer business as usual. And take my word for it. I'm speaking on behalf of NDA. This program is self-sponsored, not 1 naira. In short, we expressly insisted that being a political activity, no political party, no candidate should contribute 50 kobo or 1 naira to this program. I thought you were clap. What that does is that it guarantees the integrity, it promotes the objectives of what we are doing, and by way ensure that there is impartiality. So what we have decided to do is to create this platform through our organograms and structures in our march to reclaim our humanity, but more importantly, to restore our dignity. Remember that you have a constitutional right to dignity of human person. That's section 34 of the Constitution. So if our women still, please, I don't know of what, in my village, people go behind the building, women. Others are tied around bicycles to wheel across just for maternity activities, antenatal programs. That should be enough to provoke us. So those of you who are coming to lead us, we thank you for resolving that contradiction, whether to go or not, but I don't envy you. By what ways are we going to achieve this? Please, I'm not going to repeat this. This time has already been long spent. I would hope that when you get the papers, which are available, you will be able to deal with that. But I must say, very importantly, that as you jostle and aspire to lead the people of Ndokwa East, Ndioshuri, please be reminded that beyond the politics of the game of power, that is the power game, is the power of the collective, is the power of the vision, is the strength we gain from this joint vision that we all share. And it is precisely for that reason that NDA is collaborating in a way that begins to open the window for interaction and sustained partnership in our march to greater NELGA. So in NELGA, there are power generating infrastructures at Beneku. Who is from Beneku here? No person. Huh? Very good. There are power generation infrastructure at Opai. Any Opai here? Good. There are power generating infrastructure at Anieze. Do we have them? And Abo, remember Chief mentioned from Abo here. Now, what we have in aggregate contribution from Opai.
I'm using my discretion.
Grid is about 250 megawatts. 450. For the first phase, 450. With a potential of doing 1,000 when the second phase is completed. Please listen carefully. From PDP time 1999 till today, Nigeria as a country has been hovering around what? 4,000 megawatts. Am I right?
Yes.
So if, make the deduction, if Ndokwa East alone, out of 774, is doing 450 with a prospect of 1,000, please do the arithmetic. Are we people who are supposed to be delivering behind the house?
No.
As I speak with all my fine clothes, I use canoe speedboat to go to my village. Because it's easier for me to travel to Anambra State before coming to Delta State without following Oko Obala Anzi, which is just how many kilometers? 15. So our politicians should actually be ashamed. There should be an implosion, a revolution that is targeted at moving our people from point A to point B. That is what we are looking for. How are we going to achieve this? NDA has coalesced and congregated into committees. We have in all about 12 committees. Young men, I'm going to read it out so that those of you who are moved here should come over. It's a fresh consciousness. We are looking for angry mega people, not the people who will be giving money. That way, this money are not usually big. Not usually big. It's that who live, and then so I think we have been dehumanized so much so that hunger, poverty, ignorance is now recognized in a way that you don't even know what you need. But the problem is not that of our people, it is that of our leaders. So from political and mobilization committee, we have the economic development and youth empowerment committee. We have the agricultural food processing and allied committees. We have the oil, gas, and corporate responsibility committee. We have the electrification infrastructure committee headed by our very competent, able engineer, Austin. We have the health, housing, child, women, and social welfare committee. We have the security committee. We have the ecology and erosion committee. We have the road network and physical infrastructure committee. We have the boundary committee, relations and tourism committee. We have the education committee. Prof, I know you are there too, even at the level of NDA and so on and so forth. We have the public works and accountability project committee. We have the legal diaspora resource network committee. The reason is that our sons and daughters are doing wonder, are exploring the world, are providing solutions to national and international problems. Many of those solutions are by far more than what we have in NDA. If we talk about flooding, recall that I said that the problem is known and the solution is achievable. If you integrate the fact of dredging, when we say dredging, we talk about regular dredging of rivers Niger and Benue. We deal with distilling, because what has happened is that enough soil materials have accumulated so much that the channels of these rivers can no longer accommodate the body of the water, and therefore it overflows the bank. And of course, you deal with the damming. These three reachable, achievable mechanisms are what is within our engineers. Some of our people are water engineers. The whole of Netherlands is below sea level. Am I right, engineers? So you could be on the ground and you're looking at the water up. Not during flood season, every other time. But those are the best storage centers in the world. Am I right? And our people as engineers are there dramatizing capacity and displaying their knowledge. We want to bring it home now. But we can't do it on alone. We want to partner with you. In conclusion, NDA, your organization has offered the good people of Niger this credible platform to engage with their prospective representatives through this leadership debate. It is hoped that the candidates who have found the need to be here, by the way, those who are not here, we're going to provide them. Am I right? Yeah. We will provide them. Those who are giving us excuse now that they can't, sorry. Those who have been calling and refusing to pick our call, those are the people who are telling us that when they get there and there are entitlements arising from flooding, there is post-flood packages, isn't it? Agbo, am I right? Agbo, which is a God post-flood. There is no single water there. No single. I hear, and we're going to investigate it, that the package meant for the people of the parties has not gotten to them. We will look into it. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is hoped that the candidates who have found the need to be here will justify the confidence reposed in them by their respective political parties and their communities. And please Go beyond the rhetoric of promises. Move beyond that. Go beyond the promises. But that is what you will hear now. Oh, we will give you road, we will give you electricity. Go beyond that. Those promises and the vows. And zero in on the how. How are you going to do it? Tell us how you are going to do it. It is about the politics of resource distribution in this country. How would you, as a representative, partner with your colleagues? In short, push the argument, but far more than what it has always been, to ensure that NDA is seen as a special local government and a special place in Delta State to attract a special funding. We thank all of you. We congratulate those of you who are here. You have signed up to this exercise. We thank you for sparing your time and resources to be here. And the hope and disposition to run along with the ideas that NDA is generating. And we hope that NEGA will be a greater place. Thank you very much. I'm not sure this is for this. This is just what we have been waiting for. Not just legal benefit, humanity. You don't just sit down. Have a seat, please. Have a seat. You don't just sit down, fold your hands, and go to fall. You got to applaud the coconut. That is what NDA is set to achieve. While we are all still on this wonderful keynote address was given, we say we have some people coming in. Chief, can you please join your colleague this way? Yes. Please, we have a seat for chiefs. It's okay. It's all right. We move on quickly to the next, the real reason we are here. I want to call. I have just been given a very, very interesting and very important assignment. And then that is where I'm moving on the next stage. When you look down here, these chairs there are empty. People have occupied it. And those who are going to occupy it are the reasons who are here. I want to start by calling up Professor Julie Umoko to take a seat. Deputy candidate of Labour Party. Professor of Nonway, a lady of substance. She's one of our own. It's our daughter. Next, not by any other criteria, Dr. Gift Opoliso. That's of the Labour Party. Next is Okorobo Kenny, Accord Party. So we move on. Yeah. I was there earlier. Okay. Next is Senate editorial candidate, Peter Notes. Ken Kama, also of Labour Party. Next, so join them there is Honorable Ozegwe Emeka Lawrence. And we have daughter. Please. We're about starting. This is the critical area. We would appreciate if you can just calm your nerves because you will hear fireworks now. We don't want your noise to drown their effort. Please. Next is one of our daughters too, who is vying under an NDC party. Olekachi Mabel Adinko. We also have here in our midst Onyema Iwe Gaswin Rega. So if you watch very well, it was deliberate. Don't think we don't have space to spread you. We deliberately compact you here so that you know that you're all going to work together for the good of the people. It's not. When the Colombo comes, he will take the vacant seat there, if and when he comes. Straight to business of the day. We're starting with introductions. We'll do yourselves. Starting from here. We'll take it one to the introduce yourselves. That was 1 minute to do it. Okay? A minute. This kind. We'll off the mic. And then before you start, we don't want noise here. I want to repeat it again. No use of foul words, languages. We must respect ourselves. We're here to tell us how you want to develop enterprise, why enterprises should give you their votes, using principle of being. We want to attack. We are here. What we are talking about issue-based statements. That is great for the audience. Anyone who tries to organize us by noise making, that door there, you will make use of it. And once you're out, you will come back again. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, your coming. Thank you so much. I believe that you're going to make the event work. So far, so good. So we'll start with you. And then each of the candidates will tell us, introduce themselves, and then we will start the questions. Thank you very much. So you send the ball on there.
My names are Kenneth Kama. I'm a lawyer by training. I'm from Owashiku in Anyota South local government area. I live in Abuja, where I practice real estate development. I'm contesting to become the senator representing Delta North Senatorial District. I'm contesting under the Labour Party. Now,
thank you very much for this opportunity. To be with the people of Ndoshimole. My people of Lokwa West and Lokwa East, Nakwa Bay, Bumetos Ajaje. I also people from the British side, the Isoko side of this Lokwa nation. Especially the Isoko side. Isoko Shagon. My name is Dr. Gito Police, as a rep candidate of Labour Party. I am from Okagbono, Mosalege. By the grace of God, I'm going to represent you at the great chamber. And I will surely say that the first speaker, the barrister that made this presentation, actually caught my interest, and after now, it's going to be one of my best friends. With respect to developing Doshimole. I am a businessman. I'm the CEO of GEO Platforms Limited. I'm a customer care director, Logan Platforms Limited. I'm a customer care director, Logan Platforms Limited, the brand owner of my 247 Bank. I'm a member of board of directors, Central News Update. I'm also HSC consultant, Tech Nigeria Limited. I'm the CEO of Gifters Okulise Agro Services. I'm also a board member in Ignis Nigeria Limited. I'm the chairman, Charity and Development Foundation.
Just tell us.
It's not the issues bothering Local Nation and how we are going to collectively develop Local Nation and the like what we emerge in the office. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Leaders of NDA who have organized this debate session. One, testimonial, ready for Ado. Yeah. I am Professor Julie Waboko. Mena Umukuru. You want me to teach you, so I'm also a chief. Member Papa and the school may say about taking. Professor of semiotics. Semiotics is the study of science and codes. And I have done a lot of work studying the science of my community. And I'm paid. That is why I have taken up this stance. I want to inform you formally, my people, that I am vying for the position of Deputy Governor of Delta State. And I want to also inform you that it is a decision wholesomely taken because I am involved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Those who will imagine
Segurunio, Damani, Debo, when you need the no Bushi, it can have a hammer. Efambo, Emeka was the Dolores. Mbonya Zaba, Bushi. I am a farmer. I am into palm planting and processing. In fact, I am palm personified. In Indo from A, Miche, from B, in Ashaka. I aspire to represent Indo nation in the green chambers. That's the federal. The crow of the cock, it runs a new day. I am running under the All Progressives Grand Alliance, whose symbol is cock. And a new day is done in Indo-Pan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Isoko wado. Then you. I'm from World 3. I was born and raised there. I'm contesting to represent the good people of Ndukwa East at the State House of Assembly under ADC with the symbol of handshake. It's indeed a new dawn in Uganda. Then
my name is Yasu. I'm a legal practitioner. Please. My name is Jas Will. My way forever. A worry-based legal practitioner. I'm from people who know is local government area. The people from the local government was 6. First of all, where my engineer came from. So I share similar problems. Share similar ideology by the purpose of English Association and Development. I'm a working professional. I'm running for myself on that platform of ARTA. And no program, we always get that song. You are just shouting. The day has what? We need to do quest.
That is end of that session. Now we are moving into questions and answers. We are starting from bottom up. So those are those aspiring candidates for House of Assembly. You are taking the first shot. So we are starting with from bottom top. All the assembly members will be the first to take the shot. You have 5 minutes of your time, 5 minutes at your time. So give us your, I'm sure you all have your manifestos. So within that 5 minutes, tell us everything that is a case in that manifesto. Once that is done across board, before we start questioning, So, observations? Yeah.
I just want to observe that this is a debate, and I want to appeal to everybody that while those forward talking, everybody should count. No profession is
I had earlier said this, that we do not want any distraction when they start. For the introduction time, you clap your hands, fine. End there, please. See that road? I have people watching us. Once you violate this simple instruction, you will leave us here. Or you are here for a serious business. This is not usual gathering. This is a very, very important issue. So, straight to Onyemaiwe, just with Ravens. Okay. You have 5 minutes to tell us, give us an overview of your manifesto.
No one knows. So I don't. As short as a minister, that it will cover the subject matter. One, I have seen that Yoruba is have been marginalized in the entire Delta states. So we are going into the assemblies today when we are elected to look at one, what is the appropriation methods for the development program in Delta states? What share is supposed to do in the East? And of course, you know, the starting point in studying any codified subjects is the code itself. And the code is the appropriation bill. You want to look into it. Analyze the appropriation bill. What resources accrue to Indo East? How is it being appropriated? Why is it that Indo East has been underdeveloped? This we are going to make inquiry into the nature and the cost of the underdevelopment of Indo East. 1. 2. As a man that is versed in oil and gas, we are going to look into 2, the disobedient law, the 30% derivation. What portion of it has been appropriated to Indo East, and why is it so? 3. We are going to look at the economical system. Why has Indo East suffered this much, and yes, nothing has been provided? During floods, we are all submerged in the water. After floods, today, nobody talks about us. Here we are the groups that made the golden egg in the entire Delta North. Why should we be condemned to this human indifference? We want to look at it. 3. On our roads, what has happened in the Ministry of Works? Why are there no roads awarded in Indo East? What is happening? We need to make an inquiry into that so that we can call for proper development in Indo East. I came from one of the worst terrain in the entire local government. Traversing from here to Ukroku today to cost me 15,000 naira toll and 15,000 naira back to Ashaka. That is why I said, why are we condemned to this human indifference? So my purpose of going to the assembly is to see that we have quality representation in the local governments, marshal out an articulate argument in the House, most especially when it comes to the issue of appropriation. Who gets what, how, and when? How is it going to be implemented? This we shall leave no stone unturned to see that Indo East is properly developed. Now, we all know the primary function of the legislature is to make laws. Without law, no society exists in an orderly manner. I'm going to lobby. I have a vast knowledge as an NDA practitioner, a staff negotiator, I'm going to collaborate with all other members. Like, for example, in Delta State, I know that Delta State has so many diverse languages. And by His grace today, I'm privileged to understand, if not all the language that are spoken in Delta State. I'm going to break into the caucus of fellow members of the House of Assembly to negotiate issues in a language they understand. If you bring Orobo, I will speak Orobo with you. If you bring Ndokwa, I will speak Ndokwa with you. Bring Udoshimila, I will speak. Bring Soka, if you bring Ijo, I will equally speak with you. Which give me the edge and to negotiate, even outside legislative chambers, with my colleagues that are outside, to see the need to develop what? My local government.
A minute more.
To sum it up, we are aware too that if we make laws that will prepare the proper governance of these states, development will come an evil one. Most often, our second conception is I have taken it as a pain. I've been the one fighting it in the Federal High Court in Warri. That is my intention of first to develop Ndokwa is. So my agenda first is Ndokwa to go first. Ndokwa is first, so that we can progress and see ourselves as equal to every other local government in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
We'll call on APC candidates.
Thank you very much. All protocols duly observed. I thank NDA for putting together this first of its kind debate, putting all contestants on their toes, putting in the quiet first. This is an avenue for us to cross-ventilate ideas, and I'm happy because when Barrister Malaki was talking, I was also picking points, so I've also started learning. Having done my life in Ndokwa, I was born and raised here, and in the course of this campaign, I have gone around many communities, and when you go to these communities, the challenges, the issues, they are there staring at you. Our communities have been neglected, our people totally neglected. And the reason, and that is the reason for the development you see and the poverty which these people have recognized. The challenge before us, first, is to recognize that we have challenges. And all over the world, progress comes when people recognize that they have challenges, they are sincere about it, and they are committed to having solutions to these problems. And whether it is the issue of the coastal erosion, perennial flooding, roads, schools, and all of that, it will come when we realize that we have a problem. We are ready, Negans are ready together with their legislator to come up and design practical and applicable solutions. Then as your legislator, I will deploy, I will mobilize political will, and together we will have human resources and financial resources to address them. While I may not claim to have all the solutions to our problem, I know for sure that the reason we have not had any progress in these years of democracy is because the issues, the challenges concerning Ndokwa is they've not been sufficiently put in the front burner to initiate statewide conversation that is sustained. And that is the work of the people's representative. The representative have to bring forward these issues that are concerning the people. And now you are going to have a representative that is goal-oriented and with all sincerity to be sustained by commitment. We have had people who are interested in contracts and government contracts. No, as a legislator, I will make laws that will affect the people. And when we are making laws, the people have to be involved in those laws. You don't just sit in Asaba. For example, I'm from in yesterday, I was going to, the pontoon is not working. I grew up knowing that pontoon like that. Year in, year out, they patch the pontoon. So these are needs that you can relate with. I will sufficiently bring it to the notice of the government that these people, they need bridge there. These are the things I'm going to do there. And when you begin to confuse the work of a legislator to executive, then there's a problem. You will expect that I will say I will build roads, I will build schools. No. This is the work of the executive, but there are derivables of effective representation. If I'm able to present the case enough that is strong, the executive, and with the oversight function, I will be able to ensure that these work that the executive have allocated, I will supervise it and ensure that they are delivered. Again, there will be key issues: agriculture, water, where people surrounded by water. I will develop the people through agriculture and manpower, education and manpower. We also address the issues of water and promote tourism, leisure activities, water transportation in Ndukwa East, where people surrounded by water. There are a lot of economic activities that can come up because we're surrounded by water. Then we have healthcare. There are a lot of things. You go to our communities, no health centers. Even if somebody is sick in real sickness, before you get out, the person must have died. So we will pay attention to the quality and quantity of healthcare that goes to our people in Ndukwa East. They talk about power supply. There has been a lot of negotiation and input on how we can get power supply, and we initiate discussions, get the stakeholders to ensure that we provide power supply for our people. Then we talk about the environmental issues. All of these issues have already started building a network of friendship and partners for all affected states. As a legislator, I have the power to liaise, to rally around these legislators that are affected in all states. And we can initiate negotiations, interventions that will draw international organizations and nationwide interest to addressing this issue of flooding. And all of this I have said will create jobs for our people.
That brings to mind the National Assembly candidates introduction and overview of the manifestos. We're moving straight to, we have to round up with them. We're moving straight to questions. National Assembly and Senate and the candidates. Let's round up with them. My question to for Mr. Jasmine, are you ready? So you have 2 minutes to answer this question. You can sit or stand. You have Ndukwa East, you rightly said. What's your understanding of the roles and responsibilities of the position you seek? Yes.
Mike, please.
One, the primary role is to make laws for the development of the society at large, including Ndukwa East. Two, as far as concerns Ndukwa East, is to look at the appropriation. Like I said, the most important thing in this exercise is the appropriation bill. I'm going to look at the appropriation bill. According to the primary role, what comes to Ndukwa East? What should it be in the appropriation? If it is not there, I have a right to protest. I have a right to seek all other means. Both lobbying, as a professional lobby, I will lobby the House. I can equally have the last resort, which is the legal option, to see that Ndukwa is well represented in the House. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What do you consider to be our priorities in NERGA?
Our priority.
And how do you intend to address it?
Yes, our priority in NERGA: one, we have roads. Two, electricity. How do I intend to address these two issues? One, I will constantly look at, when the budget comes, I will look at the Ministry of Roads. What has been the allocation? Which one is a max? I will not allow or permit for an open blanket project. I will make sure for every appropriation bill, projects are attached to it according to the local governments as it is brought. If it is not there, then on the issue of electricity, recently the federal government has made sure that states can develop or generate their own electricity. I'm going to exploit that opportunity to see, to propose a bill in the House and lobby to see it being passed, and we can develop an independent power fund to serve the local government in Ndokwa East. We have the resources, it is at our backyard, we need to capitalize on that to see that we have that to our own advantage. Thank you very much.
Lastly, why you think are the best to take this?
Well, I said the starting point with every codified subject to be told is as a lawyer, I understand the legislative working. I understand how bills are being formulated. I understand where clauses are inserted in the bills that could be detrimental to my own people. Then I know that I'm the best person to present. Not only that, I have transversed the entire local government. I share from the disaster in local government. I attended Umoru Primary School, living there. I attended Umoru Primary School, living there. And today, I still live within the confines. Most of my practice is within the East. So I understand the terrain very well. Thank you very much, sir.
Lastly, please, what will be your approach to ensure accountability at some of the internationalist agencies such as NDA?
Yes, you see, as I said earlier, studying the codes will determine where each of these parastatals has gone wrong, where they have erred. And on that nature, you pick them up standard for standard, word for word. And if they misappropriated, we have the right option to take by fighting to the last letter to see that the policy of the agency is being implemented to the core, to the benefit of the local people. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's round up with the just with questions for him.
Barrister Jaswil, you made an important statement now.
Yes.
You said that you know everywhere in Ndokwa East.
I know 90% of the terrain of Ndokwa East.
Okay, where is Uchi in Ndokwa East?
Uchi is in Ward 4. I've been privileged to have gone to campaign there personally. Maybe I might tell you a brief history of my political participation and socialization.
That's all right. That's why you answered the question.
We talked a lot about communication and all that. Do you have a manifesto? Do you have all of your thoughts and your plans, your understanding of the issues documented in a way that we can see and touch and feel? The question is to both. And so I will just finish my question. Second question to both of you is how can we hold you accountable to all of this?
Right. The first question, I have my manifesto in software. I only had a notice of these debates shortly. In fact, I have to push it. Look, I must participate in these debates to tell the people that look, the son of Ndokwa is ready to work for the Ndokwa people. So I will send the manifesto to the management of Ndoshi Development, shortly, as soon as this ceremony is done. Then two, how do I intend to accountable? See, accountability is short. One, a man that comes to say, look, I want to serve the people. If many of who have seen the platform, my major disadvantage then was I said I won't give anybody money because I'm coming to represent you. I'm not coming to take your money to develop myself. As a legal practitioner, I'm a man of means. The lawyers who are here knows. So we are coming to represent genuinely the interest because we are all suffering. Now, being accountable, I will constantly or continually collaborate with all stakeholders by telling them, for example, maybe we have a consulting project This is the consulting project. Get the stakeholders together. How do we go about it? This is what it is. It's not going to come to me. It's a consulting project. So we must be transparent at all times to see that not even a couple. We have seen by experience, those who have looted the public fund today, they don't go down well with them. Even though they are enjoying publicly, insidely, they are not. So we will not. We are men of needs. We are people of needs. That's why we are taking a bold step to say we want to represent the good people of Kuntokwara.
For the manifesto, I will share it after this program. I have the same copy. Then, for accountability. Let me quickly say that Kuntokwara East is big and the issues are diverse. They are peculiar to communities. So for me to say, I'm from Ini, it will be easy for me to say, for example, we have no access road. But the problem in Ashaka is not the same problem in Ini. The problem which Shiman has is not the same problem. So I will liaise with stakeholders and community leaders to find out what their needs truly are and begin to address them according to priority. Then for accountability, I live here. I will be available to the people. We will have quarterly town hall meetings. I will have legislative touch points all around Kuntokwara East. I will maintain communication channels via social media. If the people I will be here, they will be able to ask questions and say, this is. And again, I know that no meaningful development will come when the people are not part of the design. So we are together going to design our roadmap for success and we'll tackle these issues.
Thank you. Very quickly. Please let me quickly inform that you are all being recorded. What you're going to profile here will constitute part of the irreducible minimum of commitment with which we will call you back quarterly, yearly, and ask questions. And as a lawyer, do not forget that we have power of recall under the Constitution. So my question, and that is to you, my learned friend. You have emphasized seriously on the issue of budgeting and budgetary allocations. And you hope that that way you will play the politics of resource distribution effectively. But what do you do as an individual person standing all alone in the midst of other legislators who may not be so self-committed? How do you deal with a rubber stamp legislation that is tied to the governor of the executive?
Thank you very much. The question is a complex one. We know the most difficult task is human management. Managing my colleagues when I'm elected, the sure is most difficult task. But we have skills. I said earlier on that I am a professional negotiator and mediator. We have 3 steps to it. Best authority to negotiated settlement. Worst authority to negotiated settlement. For every issue that are on the table, we must take the local effect in the course of our negotiation. And in my course of introduction, I said I will be able to break into every other member of the assembly because of my language affiliates. Because of my language affiliates. I will make sure I deploy the instrument of lobbying. When I use the word lobbying, it's not bribery. We will engage them constructively, swaying their opinion to see that the right thing will be done at all times. If I'm able to plant in their mind that look, we are here to develop data sets, not our individuals. I think if that option fails, sir, you know, as a lawyer, we have the next option. We can go by action of mandamus, compelling certain things to be done. We can equally, from the inset, when the occupation is going to be done, by liaising with our Kuntokwara Eastern people who are in the various ministries. That is why I use the word collaboration. It is not a one-man job because a single figure cannot read the laws from the word from the head. In all the departments, I will begin to touch them one after the other in preparation of the budget that is going to come. What input do we have to put in it? what are our challenges in putting this in it. So the experience I have, both locally and internationally, I will deploy it to see that we achieve the needed resources to develop local east on the issue of budget appropriation. The last option, sir, we can go to court to challenge whatever thing that is what that is done as a legal practitioner. Thank you very much, sir.
We have our online audience as well. They are itching to ask questions. We will give everybody here, we will ask the questions. We still have larger audience outside of that. They are watching us live across the world. And we know that we are going to that people here are not all the local institutes. They are everywhere and they want to know, they are interested in what we are doing again. They want to be part of what we are doing. And then take all the questions here, we will not be able to leave this question. So please understand and deal with us all the time. I will pass the mic to you. I will go back to the lady, the assembly. She has to also tell us a few things here as a suggestion on our mind. We have the microphone. Please, your understanding of the office you are going to need to really know if you know your roles and responsibilities. Secondly, tell us why you are the best for this.
Thank you very much. As a legislator, I understand that I have three primary responsibilities. One is to represent the people of Ondukwa East. That is to ensure that the people of Ondukwa East are directly present at the State House of Assembly. Their views, their thoughts, their opinions are heard and understood, implemented at the State House of Assembly. Secondly, is to be a part of the process of making laws, which include making laws that will ensure that our constituency is developed. Thirdly, is to oversight the other arms of government, ensuring that those projects that the executives are supposed to deliver to our constituencies, that they are given to the people. And that is what I will do. Then again, I understand that issues, all of these things you are saying, the issues lie in the fact that these issues have not been presented. The challenges of Ondukwa is nobody is talking about it, because we have seen other constituencies where people are talking about their challenge. The changes are, they look at this so just our nearby people. You go around, they're no longer talking about road network. So it's about somebody raising these strategic conversations and ensuring that you follow up the strategic plans of implementation. Then again, I am a new breed. I've never been a part of those who have stolen from you. I'm not here to steal from you. I'm not here to suddenly migrate to West, which is why many people seek elected positions. I am here to deal with our challenges because I'm a part of it. I'm homegrown, and we need homegrown solutions. Enough of the grammars, enough of speaking to many grammar. Let us come to the people and know what the challenges are, begin to address them. And because we have stakeholders, NEGA has very key stakeholders who know what to do. If we collaborate with them, then the solutions will come. And again, I'm an open mind, a real person. I understand the power of collaboration. I have studied in northern states. I've taken my research to study that. I've seen that there are a lot of interventions in the northern states, fully funded by international organizations, where the states do not give us the solutions. We can collaborate and rally around these international organizations. I understand that World Bank has executed projects in different places. With partnership and legislation is what can bring people to come and execute projects.
And then once you get into everybody, are we sure when we get to that place, get to the other solution, how do you take available your constituency?
First, I'm not going to be a legislator that will live in Asaba. the engagement, the people who sent me to represent them, they live here in Ndukwa East. And I will be here available for them. They can easily stand up and come to my house and ask me, these are the problems. How are we going to go about it? I will be available. Like I said, I will maintain communication because communication is key. We will have town hall meetings quarterly. We also maintain different channels of communication. Thank God is a social one. There will be communication everywhere. Because the moment you are communicating with the people, you know where it is reaching them. So the people can be sure that they will have somebody who live with them, who share in their experience, and will be ready to stand in the front line to say, this is what we want.
Let's hear from you. You want to, who else again? Sorry. Oh, okay. Just one question. Each question should go to the table. Yes. What I want to say is not actually a question, but honestly speaking, I'm Chief Gilbert from Ward 6. I want to commend this forum, Development Association for this initiative, which is commendable. Now, my dear politicians,
there are many ways to kill a rat.
After you've been elected, then something you have spoken about collaboration, communication, and all that. But collaboration among yourselves, the House of Rep member, the House of Assembly member, the governorship, the executive end, you collaborating to work in tandem for the common good of your people. Instead of fighting among yourselves, how are you going to go about that? Because our problem is this: while you are there, if you don't have this association, for example, being behind you and you are executing their projects and working for them, when you have problems there, you'll find that you won't be able to cope. You cannot drive all the projects, whatever you are talking about now, you cannot drive them through, except you have a background, people supporting that, well, this is our rep. What he's saying is on our behalf, and it must be carried out. If you don't have that, you cannot achieve anything. So how are you going to make sure that you collaborate among your colleagues, among your political people to do and respect the people that sent you there and work with them? Thank you very much.
I think what is trying to ask is your strategy you employ synergy, working together as reps of the people. So give us a all the questions have to go. Not your question, please. Your name and where you're from.
My name is Odinigwe, the Deputy PG of Francis Aklan. I have to ask a direct question to the two aspirants, two candidates on Ndukwa East. One, two of you have identified that the problem of Ndukwa East is marginalization. Thank God, Barrister Joshua have said about budgetary provision. How do you manage the issue of politician contractor, bearing in mind that those politician contractors call the shot at any point in time? Because it is not as if they are not given the contract, but at the end of the day, the money meant for the contract from Ndukwa is end up in, unquote, Godfather's pocket. If you are not able to manage them, are you willing to sacrifice that office for the sake of Ndukwa East and say, I am not staying there again because it is not what I have promised my people? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please just 1 minute, please.
Hello? Hello? Okay. Hello? After that, you can.
My name is Honorable Comrade Martin Straja. I'm from Yedame, Ward 9, Uruguay's. My question is to Barrister Jassi. You talked about getting what you want from people by lobbying, and you said lobbying is not bribery. I want to put it to you that it's a language. When you cannot lobby or when you cannot bribe, that means you cannot lobby in the house. And if you know that you cannot lobby in the house, that is to say, you have nothing to bring back home. Because when you are there, it is very straight. Scratch my back, I scratch your back. So now, if it happens that in your own demand, the other persons really don't want you to come to your side, what will you do about it? Because just as you people are singing it, other people were saying it, this is what I will do. But when you get in there, the game will change. What efforts will you put? Like our brother in the House of Reps, they know him all over. Osai. He talks, he moves, but nothing has happened in Udukwa Nation. Is it that he does not have all these things in mind before he went there? He does. So when it comes to accountability, we want you people to tell us very clear, just like my brother said, will you be able to fulfill your position? If not, what can you do?
Thank you very much. Yes, let me respond to the first question about federalism. Let's one more.
Check the mic. The mic, please. I'm from one of our community, also President General of the Soko Union in the Lokwa East. So my questions, I think I have to focus them on the barrister, the ABDA candidate, and my good daughter. I think that the people going to the small house here. So I think they will be nearer me than the people in Lake and Abuja. So Barrister Iwe and my good daughter, I want to find out from you people whether you really have the history of this local government. How many ethnic groups are in this local government? That is one. To answer them later, let me join together. Then, to the best of my knowledge, I also want to ask this question. Is any being marginalized, any of the ethnic groups being marginalized by your knowledge of the local government? Because people came together to form the local government. But by distribution of amenities, are you convinced that particular ethnic groups are so marginalized to a fault? And diversity, by my knowledge, is a gift of God. God knew why he decided to bring people of diverse nature to form a local government and also a nation. Then the third question that we also join to answer is, how do you hope to solve this marginalization problem so that the potentials of the various groups can be tapped to the benefit of this local government? I rest my questions.
I think I'm going to forget these questions.
All protocols observed. My name is Sylvio Henry Nweme, PG Ajay Obiaka. My all is not just, it's not a question as such, but it's an advice. I commend the local government chairman for all the opening speech that was made, and also my barrister here in front of me. With all that, it was a very commendable one. We saw all the problems in the local government council area, and we saw a lot of solutions. But what I'm trying to say is that this body have set up committees. Now, in your dealing or when you are in the house, how would you liaise? I think I would want you to liaise with the committees that have been set up. And the committees are appropriately for particular reasons. So in your dealing with the people, you must liaise with these committees properly such that they'll be able to give you first-hand information concerning the area. Thank you, sir. Rest my case, sir.
So, ADC, you take the questions.
Okay, I think from our understanding, the first one is synergy among legislators. In the course of my discussion, I mentioned, when I was saying international, I also said national, meaning it doesn't matter the party we have our House of Reps or Senate. When the issue is too tough at the lower house, we will go to our legislators updates, also initiatives, and bring solutions to us. Then we'll talk about politicians, contractors. I also mentioned that I'm not interested in government contracts or oil company contracts. This is what I intend to do. For every community, I'm aware, there is no world in Ndukwa is that you will not have engineers, you will not have contractors. If we outside, if, for example, your ward, you have said this is your need, we will get a contractor from your ward so that when you don't execute it, the people will hold you. You may not be able to go back. That is one. Then again, issue of course, whatever you call it,
Okay, yeah, somebody.
by grace of God, before the money exchanges hands when you lobby this legislator. So whatever it is, if we can agitate it, we will lobby. And if it has to do with money, then we'll go around with money. The important thing is that development comes to our people. That is what we want. And again, in making these laws, there are needs that are general needs. If this need my people want, if there's a particular thing that my people want, I want to, when making the laws, I want to find out, does an Isoko man want this thing? Does the Ijo man want this thing? If it is a common need, then there will be no need for us to argue about. Then you talk about the history of local government. I have been asking questions. In fact, the other day I was shocked to find out that most of these, for example, the road leading from Oko to Uchi and all of that, whether it is a proposal or it is supposed to have been in the budget, the thing is that it has not been mentioned since the proposal came up. Nobody is mentioning. What about the road that runs from Ugilaman that's supposed to pass to Iselebu and open up the Anoba area? I learned that somebody, in the eyes of government, that contract has been executed. They talk about the road leading Ashaka, which is supposed to pass through Ibrede and go to Okorafo. In the eyes of government, some of these contracts have been executed. We will revisit them and deploy all measures to ensure that these things, they begin to address them. Then we also mentioned about groups being marginalized. I say it whenever I hear that people are being marginalized, I say no. If there's anybody being marginalized, we are the ones marginalizing ourselves, because to be fair, we have leaders in every community or ethnicity. So if you are being marginalized, probably you have self-centered leaders who have not pushed forward your issues. When I come on board, there will be stakeholders in every community. So you will hold your stakeholders and community leaders accountable if nothing comes to you, because all resources will be shared equally according to priority. Then we also talked about how we will solve the marginalization. I just addressed it. Every community has a representative and a stakeholder who will be there in every meeting, every strategic meeting to say, this is what the Soko people want. This is what the Abala people want. This is what this person wants. So whenever you find out that nothing is coming to you, hold your community, the direct leaders accountable. And when they see that I am the one who is not, they should come and hold me accountable. And the chain continues. Thank you. Then the liaison with NDA community, I've always talked about partnership and collaboration. We have the brightest minds in Ndukwa East. And with enough synergy and collaboration, all of our challenges will be addressed. I can tell you that as a legislator, I may not have all the solutions, but with you Negans, because if we have to check our calls, then it has to be Negans designing the roadmap. And as your legislator, I will champion standing in the front line. Thank you very much.
I quickly stand on the existing protocol to address the issue of orthodoxy and opposition.
One house, please. One house, please. Thank you. I really enjoyed the day.
The young man from Ward 1 already asked the same question, issue of orthodoxy. See, I know one of the meditating factors against my groups politically in Ndukwa is the lack of buying down to orthodoxy. For those who have known me across the board, through my political participation and association, I have always condemned orthodoxy in its entirety. So I will not succumb to that. I am here to represent Ndukwa East and Ndukwa East. My godfathers are Ndukwa East. My godfather is you that is electing me. I don't have any other godfather apart from that. Then on contracts, I'm not a contractor. I'm going to be one. I'm not going to be one when I'm in the House of Assembly. That is why I said from the inception, for the remote, we begin to monitor the project from the ministries where such projects have been awarded until it comes into the budget before it comes to the House for appropriation. So any company that will be awarded a contract, we shall follow suit to see that such contract awards are properly executed to the matter. Now, on the issue of young man talk about lobbying, I want to disagree with you on that point. When you use the word lobbying, it does not mean bribery. I stand on it to the entirety. Lobbying is ability to create a mind of conviction on a co-legislator. I am not going to be an advocate of giving money to any legislator who is my colleague to do an act which it is duty bound, repose on him to what to do. I will take that. I have never been anywhere found wanting on that. That is my character. You can find out in the entire local government about that. So I will not subscribe to that on lobbying. So take note, my brother. Then two, on the question of whether or not how many nations are in Ndukwa East. I know we have diverse nations. When I mean nation, people who speak diverse language, who have different origin, they come to settle in one entity called Ndukwa East. That is understood. We have the Isoko people that speak Isoko language. We have the Abo people that speak the Abo language. We have the English people that speak pure Igbo. Their accent is Igbo. In Ndukwa East, we talk about Ward 1, Ward 4, Ward 3, and all that. Then we have people who speak another language different from, like the Belenese. That's what they beat in the new. Yes. You understand? Then we have the Jaws that settle equally in Ndukwa East. So I have the understanding and the language of the Ndukwa East people. You pass from here to Ibrede, you begin to see all these speaking languages to Awa, Yedame, Olokoko, which accidentally are equally come from, and from there to Umolu, to Adiaugaka, to Toku. All of us has history of migration. We all have come to settle Ndukwa East as a common entity, and shall treat it as such, as a common entity. Then on the issue of marginalization, you see, when you want to tell the case of the tortoise, you hold the head, you hold tortoise by the head. Fine. In the history of Ndukwa East, yes, I'll round up. Ndukwa East development system has actually not favored the Isoko people. The Isoko people have not actually, per se, held any significant position in the local government from when it was created. On that note, and maybe due to their inability to come forward to fight for what they want, so it's left for them. They see, power is being wrestled. It is not given. You have to stand up to wrestle power. No matter what, that is the history of conquest. Everybody that has conquered has stand up to what to wrestle. On the last question, I think this address on collaboration. I said that time with that number that I was going to collaborate with all stakeholders to bring unity, both in the Isoko speaking languages, the Jos speaking language in Dokwa East, the Igbo proper speaking language, and the Abo speaking language in Dokwa East. So see that we have a common goal. And the goal is to develop Ndokwa East and Ndokwa East alone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There is, I said earlier on that we did what for the work. There are some online questions. Those of us who are watching from outside there, they want to ask, they have to ask. So, both of you, so speak to the House of Assembly.
Okay, so I have the first question from Comrade Frank West from Accra. He said they have been talking about making laws that will benefit the good people of Ndokwa East. Please, can they specifically tell us about the exact laws any one of them intend to sponsor at the floor of Delta State House of Assembly? That's the first question. Then the second question, says state legislators in the past have always had issues with the local government chairman, sometimes leading to wrestling bouts. What different strategy do you hope to adopt to ensure that this problem does not repeat itself in a specific term? And how would you relate to the local government chairman to avoid conflict? This one is coming from Chris Uzodwa, that is NDU National Secretary. And the last question, the last two questions, so are the candidates familiar with NEGA 13 points demand? Then the second one, how do you intend to adopt it and ensure it is implemented if elected? So those are the questions from the online audience.
Yeah, shortly, the first question that comes from the Akara in diaspora. You see, we want to talk about making laws. We have said we have identified the issues that are peculiar in Ndokwa East. I make reference to the Federal Act that is, I can't remember where it is passed now, but I know there's an act that says that states will develop their own independent power plants. We are going to make that law when we get to the House to see that there is a bill for a law for the establishment for the independent power plant of Delta States to be sited in close to where the resources are coming from. In 2000, I could equally remember I can equally remember that the Re-Injection Act, the Gas Rejection Act of 2010, if not modified now, not too current, also gives us the permission that whatever gas that comes here, we want to do an injection part will be re-injected so that we can use to create energy for the common benefit of Ndokwa East. Then two, on the appropriation of other things, we are going to look into the law, a bill for a law that will establish flood intervention centers. Flood intervention center in Ndokwa East. I have taken the statistics of the communities that are being covered by flood. I've only taken statistics of the communities that are not being covered by flood. We have land. Thank God today the local government can issue a CFO under a local government law. They have the right to issue a CFO. We are going to make law to see that a center well built by law we established in Ndokwa is where there are no flood. Then lastly, in collaboration with in collaboration with the local government chairman and the assembly member. I can remember vividly, I was a secretary when I was then in PDP to settle the dispute between then the chairman of local government and Police when they were there. They have common characteristics, and the characteristics is superiority. This one is not loyal to me, this one is not loyal to that. We look at that, and the common factor is resources. We won't deceive ourselves, we say the way it is, no matter what it is. Because we don't say that the way they are, we'll be deceiving you and deceiving ourselves. It is scramble for the resources of the local government. That we shall not indulge into. We shall see that the local government, in fact, operates. And one important thing, you can see the state employs teachers for local government to pay. That is another thing we are going to check as anomalies. Ndokwa East, all the Ndokwa East are being underemployed by teachers. We don't have them. Simply because if a teacher is posted to the remote part, they don't go. We are going to initiate a law that any teacher that is posted to any part of the state, whether by terrain or not, one, we shall add some incentive to their existence in that place. Then two, if you refuse, you start to forfeit your work to employment in their class. Thank you very much.
Hello. I think that has always been about resources. In fact, I don't see any reason why there should be a tie between the legislator and the local government chairman. The local government, if the legislator does his work well, I think it will empower the local government chairman to be more effective because he's directly involved with the people. So for me as a legislator, I will work in synergy with the local government, irrespective of the party the person is going to come from, and see that we don't start sharing formula. Thank God I have no godfather or godmother here who is going to dictate how resources should be allocated. So the local government should be allowed to have the free hand. I thank God for the local government autonomy. They know that the crop of leaders that will come up from the federal, they will initiate it, and while the local government will also see what we can do to ensure that the local government are free, they have the free hand to operate. Then we talk about development agenda for Ndukwa East. All of the development agenda, the 13-point agenda, will be addressed appropriately with all the committees that have been set up. All of them will be given attention according to how it is prioritized. Thank you.
The last question for the two of you. The one is to have two constituencies, and then it was merged into one, which are denied us of so many voting. Can you please let us know what your take is on this? How do you go about restoring that amount? If a Risoko that is up to half of Ndokwa East and have three constituencies, we should be looking for 4 constituencies.
Thank you very much for this question. In my manifesto, I peripherally touched on it because it beats me to my heart. When the likes of K.O. Nwachukwu and Honorable Nabia was in the House of Assembly, I know we have enough from the say 2 heads are better than 1. When I grew up politically, I saw that one of the constituencies had been asked away. I asked why. I made an inquiry into why it was so. There was no reason, genuine reason that was given. Then late Dr. K.O. Nwachukwu of blessed memory initiated an action. And we held a stakeholders meeting to see that this second constituency will be what? Restored. We consulted some few lawyers, some came, some later left the scene. And today, I bet you we are in Federal High Court in Warri. I have been canvassing that case so much. That is all alone to see that second constituency is being restored with Honorable Azaka as a plaintiff, Honorable Nagria as a plaintiff, my humble self as a plaintiff, and Tony Boba Uti as a plaintiff before the Federal High Court. The matter came out some time ago. I solicited for an assistance from the then House of Rep, who actually called that he was going to see how we can restore the constituency. So as we speak, the status of local government, the 2 constituent local governments still in contention. We are before the Federal High Court to see how it can be restored. If this body wouldn't mind, it will constitute another body with legal minds so that we can collaborate. I'll be there available. I've been doing the case myself. I've been going to court. We can collaborate to see how the second community can be restored. Thank you very much.
I understand that these issues are being in the court, but then I cannot fully delve into this issue without first studying what came about it, because the questions around it would not be able to get any reasonable answer as to why the constituencies were merged. Then again, I know that we can only address this issue using the legislative instrument. So even in my manifesto, because I would not come here to lie to the people, to make promises that are not within my conference. So I will bring up this issue while liaising with those who are already fighting it out in the court. We will look into it because the reason we have not developed truly Ndukwa is big enough to have 2 constituencies. We are big enough. And again, I don't even know how the sharing formula came about. Was 1 to 4, just was 1 to 4 as constituency 1. Then was 5 to 10 as constituency. I don't know however they do, but I am already studying it. And Sincerely, if you ask some of our stakeholders, I'm asking questions, gathering the facts so that once we come on board, we can take it up from there. Thank you.
Thank you. We are through with the assembly members. We're going on. Now the out of representative, it's your turn to converse with us, and then I'm starting with the ABGA candidates. ABGA candidate is Gweneka Lawrence. My first question to Lawrence is you are going to the three chambers to represent the entire coalition, Have you been able to reach out to the people? Have you been able to? We for time's sake, sir, you are going to talk to us about your manifesto. Then you 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 11 minutes. Please also tell us within that 5 minutes why you think you are the best candidates for that seat.
Thanks so very much for giving me this privilege. I am going to take my manifesto on track to understand. I will summarily do my party because I'm using ABGA as a vehicle to drive to a position of power, and then I will do my personal manifesto. My party, our manifesto is practically based on agriculture, infrastructural development, human capital development. And in human capital development, we are going to ensure that we pick resource persons, enabling resource persons, and give them build their capacity so that they can be more fruitful in the society. Moving further to agriculture, we know that Delta State as it is an agricultural hub. Our soil is fertile. Bringing it to Ndokwa East and bringing it to Ndokwa Nation, we are agrarian nation, and our soil is very, very fertile. We are going to ensure that all the federal government agencies, I mean the Ministry of Agriculture, the Bank of Agriculture, and even the Central Bank, we will ensure that we pull down all the programs they have to Delta State and also to Ndokwa Nation. Then going to healthcare delivery. My big brother Malachi said it in his keynote address. There is no single place in Delta State here that do not have 2 functional health facilities. But our Ndokwa Nation, you go to the general hospitals across the 3 Ndokwa Nation, there is no functional general hospital. And our party, as it were, we were saying that we are going to put functional primary health centers in all the local government areas, aside from the general hospital. And we'll also put a consultation center that will be mobile. From time to time, people can go there, they diagnose their illness, and know how much they can do about that. Conclusively, on a broader manifesto, the local government area, we plan to set up a local government board where we'll be disbursing 200 million naira to each local government area to be managed by this local government board. This will make the local government area more meaningful and the people feeling the third tier of government, unlike it has been before. All of us are aware that up to now, there is a joint account between the states and the local government areas. And when they release the allocation from the federal account, before it gets to the local government area, only God knows what happens. But we are going to make sure that what happened in Kaduna State will repeat itself here in Delta State by ensuring that the allocation will go straight to the local government area, and then we'll also add the one that the states will give out. I come to my personal manifesto. I am going to represent Ndokwa in federal constituency. And I know that before now, he that is asking for equity we come with a clean hand. The Ndokwa Ukwan Federal constituency has 3 local government areas. And I'm aware that in Ukwan local government area, our land has been ceded to those states, to be specific, to Presco, for reasons not known to us. I will take it personally when I get to the house and ask for an explanation why that land is given to Presco without direct benefits to the owners of the land. And I moved down to Ndokwa, Ndokwa West, and Ndokwa East, to be specific. Even one of us here are aware of the threats we are facing. Our aquatic life has been depleted due to oil exploration activities. And if you go to all the lakes we have now, the oil company does not even dispose their drilling waste properly. They dig the ground and then they bury it. I will be able to ask questions and find out why is it that they are doing this thing repeatedly and then nobody is talking. Of course, I will use my position to be able to take it up and engage them on why they are doing that, because they are depleting our aquatic life. And then you come to unemployment. It may surprise you that one of the oil companies that is milking us here has well over 1,000 Indian workers unskilled. Why Ndokwa children, both Ndokwa West and Ndokwa East, both skilled and unskilled, are in the streets? I will use my office to engage the Director of Immigration and will be able to ask the management of Senate why they are not keying into the local content bill of the federal government as per employment quota and distribution of the staff that they are going to employ. I have to briefly rest my case on my personal manifesto and my personal manifesto. Thank you.
My first question to you on 2-4.
Thank you very much, my good people of Ndoshimeli.
You have 5 minutes to.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Gito.
And why do you think the way the preferred, you think you should be the preferred person for the seat?
Recapitulate, please.
No, 5 minutes. Within that 5 minutes, give us a manifesto and tell us why you think you are the right person for the seat.
Thank you very much. I'll put down some bullet points here, which actually caught my interest in the entire Ndokwa nation. I'm going to represent the whole Ndokwa nation. And we all know it is very physical to all of us that Ndokwa nation is over marginalized. We are being deprived of the basic amenities that we are supposed to enjoy as the people of Ndokwa nation. So what are these things that we are put down and we know that is pushing us? Right now in Ndokwa nation, they can see that we don't even have, from the secondary aspect of it, we don't even have any federal government college in Ndokwa nation. What an embarrassment. That is the basic of education. That's not education. Education is the bedrock of every nation. And you see, we have people who have been representing us in the Ndokwa nation in federal level. But till now, Ndokwa nation doesn't even have any federal institution in Ndokwa nation, not even in the aspect of secondary level. What are the causes, and why are we being deprived of this basic amenities that we need, or these basics that we need? If you take other constituency, you see 1 or 2 projects, and if you look at the Ndokwa nation, the only project I can say that is from federal government is the prison that we have in Kwale. Why? This is in the Ndokwa nation. That is the highest, that is the richest in gas in West Africa. And that's why I put this question to almost everybody I come across. Is oil and gas a cost or a blessing to the people of Ndokwa nation? So in my course of education, I'm going to try my best to attract at least 1 federal government colleague in the Ndokwa nation. And secondly, why are we being deprived of the high institutions who have been trying to make sure at least we have 1 in the Ndokwa nation? Yes, our people who have been representing us have tried in one way or the other to make sure that at least we have 1. Why do they always hijack this? Does it mean that we don't have the strong lobbying power, the skills that is needed to make sure that we have this? Does it mean that you are being humiliated? Does it mean that you are not applying the right application? You are not using the right application to making sure that you have this brought down to local nation? It's a challenge for me. I'm an activist, and that is why I picked up this position. I've looked at all this up and down. I say, how do we do this? Are we going to leave them to stick the based on same status quo, or we need to improve it and bring it back to the table? So I am here to represent you, to making sure that we are going to bring that development that we know that we need. We need these things, we need to attract this development from federal government, and it is our right to have them here. Secondly, we are talking about the issues of security. You can see there is always, now, if you look at the atmosphere, it's like it's calm because, I say because of election, everything seems to be calm. But myself, I want to attract more, at least more police stations across the nation. And also try as much as possible to make sure Ndukwa nation people are being recruited into the Nigerian army, into police and paramilitary. So that is another point I have here. Another thing is the power and energy. Why must we be generating electricity, and it's not stepped down in Ndukwa nation? This problem is beyond a community. It's beyond one local government. I tell you, I am from the local government area. It's a very big community. And since I was born, I've not seen electricity in my place. The allies in my place only at the time contributed money to at least attract electricity to my place. But in the long run, it was being jeopardized. To date, we have houses in my place, we have it looks developed. But when you come there, we don't even have the presence of governance in my place. And we have leaders. Are we supposed to be dying in silence while we have what it takes to generate electricity? Now we have oil companies cut across all in the nation, and all of them flare gases. Don't you know the importance of gas? When an oil company was to be situated in my place, one oil company called Pan-Ocean, I went to meet the elders in my community and said, now this oil company, what is going to be the benefit of the oil company in my community and in the nation as a whole? And they gave me a list of what they were supposed to do. I put to you that to date, these oil companies are doing nothing on us all. And all we do is our people fight ourselves over nothing. Why? Because we don't have people who are really concerned about development, or maybe they are not aware of what they are doing. And that is why we are standing on our feet as young, vibrant men who can pick up these situations and solve this problem one and for all. So we are here to actually change the narrative. We are actually here to change the moribund state of infrastructure in the global nation. Another one, we are talking about the hedge system.
So we will have
okay, before I start, I want to give my bullet points. Also interested so much in the hedge system and infrastructural development and environment, transportation. So if you look at the global nation as a whole, we need to start comparing ourselves to some international communities. Because we have what it takes, what Nigeria has now, what the global nation has now. If Dubai has it, Dubai will be greater than what it is today. Why? Are we skipping and have these things in the global nation?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. We move to the question answer. You talked after we talked about talking about tourism outreach of the councils. The question that we will be telling one, so just Jordan one. Where are you going to get that money from? Don't forget to have about 70 trillion loan on our next resignation. 2, how much of the local content policy, the federal government, as well as the PIA, will be of assistance to you in driving the demands for politics that are qualified? If you know, our youth are just roaming the streets. So, and the PIA Act, the PIA is already enforced now. Instead of asking the community to bring people that will make up the boss, how much of this are you going to attract to ensure that we can move our youth off the streets? Yeah. Then, secondly, okay, I just tried to go to the National Assembly, and considering the devastating impact of the 2012-2022 plus elections, in Niger? How will you ensure that the endless promise of dredging the rivers, Niger and Benue in particular, the settling damming of these rivers, as well as installing the shoreline protections along the banks of the rivers are achieved? These three first, many more will come in. For both of you.
Yes, I will start with the my brother party manifesto, and I did say that if that does happen, of course, that is when we will be in charge of the state. And you're asking me where we can get 200 million naira per local government area. When you do a collective, a monthly comprehensive calculation of how much comes to Delta State monthly, you will realize that you can reach 200 million naira to the 25 local government areas in Delta State. I'm very much aware that Delta State has been plunged into debt. But the question is, when new government comes in, because every dispensation comes with relevancy of some people and the relevancy of others. And if a bank, because they have been warning separately to all the commercial houses and all that, so if a bank goes and give a loan, believing that the chain of defrauding data will continue, when a new government comes in, they will ignore that loan. They don't look at who find way to guard or offset their loan. Governance is a continuous exercise. But the important thing is that we attack our manifesto the way it is and ensure that from whatever allocation plus the internally generated revenue, because we'll show off the internally generated revenue, we'll be able to raise that amount of money to give to each local government area. And of course, we'll also ensure using the instrumentality of local government board to ensure that this money is well utilized. Moving forward, the PIA, how much of it? You see, the PIA is a policy document, and it is a law. And you know, the law is there. When I get to the federal house, by the virtue of the fact that I am in that federal house, it will give me a vintage position to engage people. Of course, I will get the document, because the law is open, I'll get the document. You give me a vintage position to engage people on how best I can tap into the provisions of that document. Of course, I cannot be able to tell you here that this is the degree to which I can exploit that document to our advantage in Indo-Kwa nation and particularly in Indo-Kwa East. But I can bet you that I will certainly engage the best threads from amongst our sons and daughters to see how we can exploit the comparative advantage inherent in that document and tap it to our advantage. I move to the last question, the dredging of the river Niger. You see, this flood thing has become a vexed issue. And all of us are aware that Indo-Kwa, using Indo-Kwa East as a case study, Indo-Kwa East is likened to Mesopotamia, the land between the two rivers, bounded by River Niger. All the communities from Abaloshimili to Onya, from Osisa to Asabase, you are either by the bank of the Niger or you are by the bank of Asase Creek. And the flood impact, once you overflow the bank of the Niger, it hits Asase Creek. And you see the land between the two, the Asase Creek and River Niger is submerged. And then it overflows Asase Creek and hits the ones by the west side of Asase Creek. Look, federal government has established many agencies using the NDC as an agency that should provide succor to us in the Niger Delta area. If NDC can go and do shore protection in Patani, I don't see why they cannot do similar thing here in Indo-Kwa. If NDC can do shore protection in Indomie, I don't see why similar thing cannot be done here. Because if you can't hit the big one, you hit the small one. Of course, the dredging of the Niger is a big project, and that will involve well over 5 states. But why we pursue that as a member of the federal house, of course, we raise that in the floor of the house. And as a legislature, you either invite the humility to lobby, or you must have the tenacity to agitate. And I will yield with my colleagues across the five states along the Niger to ensure that we include that in the budget, making it an issue of urgent necessity. While I do that, I will also attack the NDC to see what we can salvage from the NDC to save our community that is going into extinction because of the overflowing of the Niger. And of course, moving forward, it's not only NDC that can do shore protection. The coastal erosion in Nuchi and Abala is not only NDC that can do it. How much Delta State in the past 7 years has collected well over 37 billion naira in 30% derivation. Considering our oil quantum, what is the quota when you compare it comparatively with other local government areas that produces oil? Have we been given our own fair share? And if we have been given our own fair share, what are the priority projects that money was invested in? I will challenge the Industry Development Association to put together a working document. That document will contain the pool of prioritized projects from where we will be lifting the projects that we will confront government with. If you are giving us 300 billion, this is what we want you to do. And if we pick 2-3 projects there that can take 300 billion, we'll go to the second project. Of course, the Industry Development Association will also have to consult professionals that you have to assess and look at the environmental impact assessment of both the ecological issues, the oil exploration issues, and many more. And then from there, they will be able to build into their working documents. Because that working document, that blueprint, is going to be the instrument of work with which we energize me. That is the instrument of work that will induce the energy flow in me, with which I'm going to use to fight and see how we can rescue our people. Thank you very much.
Just a quick comment. We've been talking about building, right? I just want to tell the House and everybody that the NDA in 2020 came up with the development plan for Melga. So that means the ground. You have a 10-year development plan for Melga.
Good to hear that. Good to hear that. On 25th of October, when I become the House of Rep elect, I will call for that. Thank you very much.
Just a quick one. We noted around Delta states that NDDC had implemented a number of programs in Ushuni, Aniocha, all those places. That's okay. It's all right. All right. So you're coming in. Thank you very much. I'd like you to, sorry to draw us a little back on that particular question. I would like you to repeat your question, sir, if you don't mind.
How much of the local policy for the federal government, as well as the PIA, will be of assistance to you in driving the demands for policies to attain youths, our qualified youths? How much of the local content, the federal government, and the PIA, okay, will be of assistance? We have the local content, we have the PIA, so how much of them will you last week to lift out our qualified youth from moving the streets?
Thank you very much for that question. I am here to represent the entire people of Ndokwa Nation. And you are sending it there as your eye. So whatever the government has put up for the people is what I am going there for. I'm not going there to represent myself. So whatever that is that the government has brought out to represent to as a dividend to the people in general, especially in the Ndokwa Nation, I am going to do accordingly. I'm not going to do something on my own. I'm not going there to go and represent myself. So whatever that is necessary to improve my people, I will do it straight up. And I'm going to be sure that I'm going to be fair. There will be fairness and equity. And whatever that is out from governance, I will set up committees across the coalition. at least 4 main committees across local nations to be looking into everything that comes from each of our constituencies. So this is the aspect I'm going to do. I'm not just going to take my laws and do it. Yes, I will push and make sure that our people benefit from every dividend of democracy and whatever is going to come from federal. But I'll be very open to everybody that if this is what government is doing, I'll say, I will got my paper. Yes, there's going to be town hall meeting from 10 to 10. I will say this is what is out for us. And I will make sure I represent my people equitably. Thank you. Yes, the issue of flooding,
the devastating floods, I think to what are your what steps? What steps? How do you hope to go about getting the federal government? Because I go to the National Assembly to represent us. How much of the how prepared are you? What are your answers to these questions?
Yes, we all know the issue of flood and how the dam was supposed to build in Nigeria. And to date, the dam has not been executed. We are going to revisit that project because that dam is supposed to be 3 times bigger than the Cameroon Dam. If that dam is established, if that dam is built, we will not be facing all these problems. It's beyond mitigations and other measures. We need to correct this one and for all. We are going to revisit that document and see why the dam is not built to date. And we are going to make sure we start up that process. We push, and thank God for my principal, who also has this in his manifesto as one of the things he's going to do when he enters the office. Right. If that thing comes, for example, the flood comes before that project is being executed, we'll make sure that we further to make intervention, we get to the grassroots because we fall across the coastal line. Thank you.
For both of you, how will you address the NDDC abandoned project that this child around Lokwa is in the Abala Uno Obodo Road up by okay. You can be seated because it will go to both of you. Now, the Abala Uchi up by above Abala Ugada, Abala Ugada Okumoru, all near, I say, Patani Coastal Road, has featured repeatedly in budgets, both in the local and at the federal. Now, when you say budget, these are appropriation laws. They are laws, you don't pick and choose. And there has not been any measurable progress on that road. Now, if you go into history, you'll find that the first approval and award of that road was in 1978. That's about 45 years ago. If my mathematics serves me well. The same road was transferred to the old Bender State and now the Delta State. And yet, nothing has happened. What do you think about this? As a nation, as a people trying to break these jinx, and how do you intend to do your campaigns differently? Thank you. Like I said, there are 2 questions. The second one is about the electrification of Nelga. And the hope of Nelga has been kept in a doldrums. As a major host committee of oil and gas exploration, it's a major IPP at mine. What are your thoughts on this, the concrete terms? What are the strategies or engagements with other stakeholders you propose to change this reality?
Thank you very much. The issue of NDC abandoned projects is basically out of negligence. I don't think our people are really carried along on these particular issues. This is a new government, and we believe that everybody is going to be included in this particular government, that is inclusive government. We are going to make sure that we revisit these places, the contracts, and we know what actually happened in these particular locations. We revisit and see if these projects were really because government neglected them. We start from there and see how to make sure they re-execute these projects. In the issue of electricity, we have gas deposits in almost every region in the Dogon nation. All the oil companies that produce, that exploit oil and gas, you see, there's always gas generated, and these associated gas can generate electricity. We can try as much to push to see that the gas plant that is in Opa is being stepped down. The gas plant that is stepped down in OPC can also be stepped down in local nation because it is over marginalization and the privation of what we are supposed to be enjoying. Why must we be suffering? Why must we be suffering? Why must we leave it for only one person to even be talking about the problem of local nation and the life as a whole? If I stand there as a lawmaker and they refuse me to push it, to make this happen, I can mobilize everybody here. We can have a peaceful process there. I can tell that this is actually what we want. Is you are sending me to go and represent you. So I'm going to meet your mouth. If I sit there and I try to do it, all of us will go there. I'll make sure. But in myself, I know my capacity. I know that I have the strong lobbying power to make sure I negotiate this and this is we brought that to the nation. We have a lot of oil companies that are generating gases. We can step them down in the nation. We can take it off the national grid. We can take it off the national grid and step down step it down in the local nation. At least federal government has made provision for that. Even if it is 30 megawatts, about 30 megawatts, it can serve on the local nation even more. So we are going to look into it and make sure that we solve the electricity problem once and for all.
Yes, I take it from the first question, the Abala Uchi Abo Coastal Road, the very beautiful, magnificent project that has never come to life. Yes, it's been a long time that this project is being appropriated. Yes, it's also been a long time that they have always confronted us with that great gift. It's also been a long time that every politician, every government will come and use that as a means to cajole those people. I want to say that what is happening here today is a replica of Chatham House, and it has never happened like this before. I want to tell you that this thing you people are doing here today has infused a fresh energy to every one of us that aspire to represent Indo-Kwa nation and Indians in particular. That coastal road, as a matter of fact, is a vexed issue. If you consider the economic potential that road will give to those many people, you consider the life it will bring to our people, you consider everything that comes with that road. In fact, population without infrastructural development is a cause. But population with infrastructural development is a blessing. When that road is true, our fathers, our mothers, our sisters who are into agriculture will have an easy means to carry their produce out. Even if they don't carry it out, that place will become an agro hub. And in fact, it also attracts the value chain. We come along with it because agro-processing factory can easily come there and begin to build their factory and process their products, and then the product will increase in price. As a matter of fact, I will make it my primary project. I will attack it double-fold. It's going to be a double-barrel attack. I will attack. When from the primary stage, it doesn't matter what it will cost me. By the time I will go and be knocking at the door of whoever that is the minister for work, when you want to prepare the fresh budget for the new year, he will ensure that he puts it. Because if he doesn't put it, of course, I will lobby my colleague, who is the House Committee Chairman of Works, to cause some problem for him when he wants to come and defend his budget. That is the way this thing is done. The second barrel attack will be the NDDC. That NDDC belongs to all of us. Go to Bayelsa and see what they are doing with our oil money. Go to Rivers and see what they are doing. Why are we going to be continued to be treated like conquered people? Never again. We are not a sleeping house, and I am not going to allow that. In fact, one of the inducing factors that has caused me to put out myself for election is because our pride has been eroded. And I want to retrench the pride of Ndokwason in the wider political spectrum of Nigeria and the smaller political spectrum of the other country. All right. Now, come about that in the First Republic we have a minister. How come about that in the Second Republic we have a speaker in Benin State? Now, where are those legacies? Where is that pride? I am going to retrench, and I will start with ensuring that these major projects are sited in this area. If it is sited, there's no way they will finish that coastal road that those men and daughters will not supply produce, construction materials in those families. So the value chain is enormous and it's unlimited. I move to the electricity. I don't know how else to explain it. We have everything. We are rich, but we are scavenging. No, we won't continue to live like that. If a man is 35 and you refuse to live and leave a legacy for yourself, it means you are not worth to be alive. And that is the essence of putting myself up for service. And I beg every one of us here, what I ask of you is the synergy. And when I have that synergy, the sky is the limit of Ndokwa land. How can we have 3 power producing facilities in Ndokwa land and we are in darkness? Go to all by the entire upper land from Mekwacha to Akabuka to the other land near Elele. They are on power. What explanation do they have for us? And we, as a matter of fact, we will mobilize everything, both the fishes in the river, the human beings on earth, and God, we will mobilize them to ensure that this multinational God, the time of business is over. It's not the normal joke again. They must meet up to their social responsibility or shut it down. Thank you very much.
Last question. NDDC has been, the board has been negotiating. They are toying with the idea of a real life across Nigeria. And then you know how they behave. If you do not go, they don't come back anymore. What are your plans? Ensure that NDDC, whatever plans they have, they don't bypass the family. Not the one is more, the one is giving its kind of place. Because oil, for instance, what are our plans so that we get our best hands to go there and bring the MD ship has been with us for much long. What are our plans so that, because when you are there as an MD, some powers you have to exhibit as an MD. What are we doing so that Ndokwa man gets there and become the MD of the NDDC? I mean, the company. While NDDC to ensure that one of us is there to see at the end, because it's been about 450 megawatts from a place. Please tell us what you're going to do that is good. What NDDC is open. You need to know everything with their soul.
Yes. You see, each time we talk, we mention the government agencies because we know that is my own. And then when we talk about the larger federal budget, that is our own. And at the floor of the National Assembly, it becomes a fight for all. But when you narrow it down to the 2 federal, to the agencies, that the NDDC and the SPADEC, it becomes my own. I tell you one thing, In the beginning, I was there. I want to tell us here that even this recent board that was inaugurated, I was a party to an arrangement that was pushing an into person to be the MD in the person of Engineer Nosike Igbo. I mean, sorry, Engineer Nwanosike. I know I've been to Abuja twice. I paid my contract to Abuja. And we made strong presentations. But you see, in government, if you are not within the circle of the table where decisions are made, no matter how you shout, when you get to that point, they pull it out. Remedy lacking. What I intend to do with the special grace of God, I've been at the Green Chamber. My first target is either I become chairman Oil and Gas Committee or chairman NDC at the lower house. You must belong there before you have a say. That is the way the system works. When that happens, of course, it's a step forward. When that happens, we can now sit down and determine who gets what in that place. Otherwise, we put a clock on the wheel. That is the way it is done. We will no longer sit down. And then the Calabari people, the Islam people, we go there and be occupying juicy positions in NDDC, and then we keep quiet. No. It's only when we have done that, it's only when we have taken the soul of these agencies that we will be able to influence major and mother projects to our area. If you don't do that, they will only be giving you the crumbs. So, like I said, I will first of all fight to be in a major committee that will also determine or influence who gets what in this board. Of course, all of us know already that the board has been inaugurated. And the board has a life, certainly 5 years or so. But the board makes their annual budget. And of course, they bring their budget for the National Assembly to approve. So even if, as it is today, as the budget is constituted today, no Ndokwa son is there. But of course, in their next budget, Ndokwa son, with the special grace of God, having me as a chairman of NDDC board in the lower chamber, or as a chairman oil and gas, I must input projects in their budget. Otherwise, I will make sure I store the budget. Using all the instrumentalities, all the instruments available to me, I will have to do that. That is my approach to how we can have the soul of NDDC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that question is actually very nice because it's a place that I've been lagging behind. Yes, when you elect me as your representative, of course, these are the problems I already have. I've written down. We are not speaking a lot. We are not fighting. We are not going in details. We are just concentrating on what has been given to us. These things are not, you don't need muscles to get them. You just need to lobby. You just need to lobby. It is only when you lobby and they are refusing that you need to take it the other way around. But I will try as much as possible. I am telling you, even as I stand here before you, I've already started making grounds on how can I become a member of committees when you elect me. Because that is the most important thing. I just want to be there and be known when I don't be speaking. I must belong to committees strong committees that will be able to be making laws that will benefit, that will reposition my people. So when I go there, I will try as much as possible to be a member of NDDC committee so that I can have a say. I can have a say that will affect my people.
Thank you. We are still, we've been conversing with some of you briefly before we go to the house. Other questions? Just one question, please. Now we're moving higher. We'll be covering all of Ndokwa as part of the scope, right? Hello? Yeah.
For us here, we want to know what you consider to be the top 5 to 7 priorities of Indochine people, Melga. I don't know that I've heard your top 5 priorities for us. I know you are representing more than Ndokwa East, right? But this is Ndokwa East. Going in there by next month, in less than a month, or about a month, we'll be voting for new gentlemen. So you must have a fair idea of what our issues are in Melga. What are issues? What are top 5 to 7 priorities based on your understanding of Melga that you'll be pushing for?
Hello. Okay. In the issue of NEGA and what I intend to push, NEGA has suffered a lot when it comes to federal institution. It's basically in the one nation, but when the project is brought to your house and the foundation is started and not even continued, it's painful. And this has been done several times, Federal Polytechnic and others. So higher institution is very, very important. I would have said anywhere in the Ndokwa nation, but because NEGAs have had this bill almost passed, but it was adjusted by other parties, we'll try as much as possible to revisit it and see how it will, by the grace of God, be established. Secondly, we need to connect Delta State to River State from above to Ndoni. It takes only 15 minutes on boats to cross that place. Why can't we attract federal government projects on that river to see how we can build a bridge so that it will now be easier to cross that place? That is the second one. Another thing is human capital development. NEGA is known to be oil and rich gas state constituency. Why are we suffering? Why can't they give us health insurance? Why can't we attract healthcare systems in NEGA as a whole? NEGA is so set back. If you look at NEGA, you know that actually NEGAs, I will normally use the word Ndokwa nation because I see NEGA as one of our bodies. Just like when you have a system and you have your hand, you have your legs. But in NEGA, would you believe that I found out that there is not even a commercial bank in there now? Why? Because it seems like they are not concentrating their investment in us. If NEGA has a lot of investment here, you will not tell me that here will not be populated with those things. Why? And electricity. NEGA has less than 10% of electricity. Thank you very much. I would like to say that sometimes you receive, you have more. Why can't we have ordinary electricity? So we try as much as possible to establish a gas plant and we'll be generating electricity in NEGA and in the one nation as a whole. Then infrastructure development, human capital development. We'll try as much as possible to engage our youths, engage our people, so that they will have something to do instead of roaming around the street. And we're also going to engage the oil companies and see the questions they have for us. Not that this one has hired this and hired that. We're not seeing it. We have to be transparent in everything we do in NEGA. Thank you very much.
Yes, fine. The 5 to 7 issues for those people. I will want to take it beginning from prevention of waterborne diseases. And we ensure that, because I know that that is one of the major challenges we have in industry. There is no 3 years after pass that waterborne diseases will not come and take the lives of our mothers and our brothers along the river. So I will put measures in place using both the oil industry and the government to ensure that they establish portable water treatment plants in at least almost, if not all, 30–40% of the communities. Then I go to healthcare. It is difficult to pinpoint one functional health facility in Indokwa. In fact, there is none. The Abo General Hospital is better described as a mortuary. Ashaka General Hospital, in fact, that place is where they breed lizard and iguana. You go to the Umoru Modern Hospital, in fact, that one is, I don't know the word to use. Then we go to the provision of primary health services. The local government has also failed. Maybe you blame it on the team resources that they are having. There is no functional primary health care. Functional primary health care system working in Indokwa. It is not there. And I know that the federal government has such program. So I will drive such program to ensure that it is visible in Indokwa East local government area. And of course, we know we don't have roads. Where are you going to come from? It is easier to ride a bicycle from here to Onoboko than even taking a bike. Because by the time you get home, you need somebody to massage you. You won't even think of going by vehicle. I am from Azaba, and I know what I'm saying. And the bicycle, you won't want to use it now. Because when there's a rainfall, neither the bicycle nor the Okada, that you have to use your foot. Then go to Abala through Oko. You will even, we are forgotten people. And so road is one issue that one we have to build in satellite on. In the healthcare system, there's one challenge that every elderly man has. When you click the age of 80 or 70-something to 80, you must have this issue of prostate. And we partner with some agencies. There are NGOs that can provide health services. It will be mobile, even if it means once in a year, we'll diagnose, because not everybody that has the money to go for prostate operation. Some of our elderly fathers, they are passing through the mental torture and the pains of what it brings to them. And that is something that one can handle. I don't need to move in the house to get approval to do that. But I can use my position, because if I'm the Federal House of Rep member, I become an asset. The doors I cannot open, I can open them. I can access NGOs to get doctors without border to come and be giving their free services to some of my elderly persons around here. Of course, you talk about agriculture. Yes, agriculture. Our people are mainly farmers. And I want one we like to ask, where is the tractor allocation to this local government area? Where is it and who is using it? Where are all the agricultural inputs every year, both the one from Bank of Agriculture and the one from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture? Where are they? Where are the bags of fertilizer that they send to Delta State that is supposed to be distributed to all the local government areas? Where are they? Is our Ministry of Agriculture functioning? And if it is functioning, where is the Minister of Agricultural office in Indokwa East? I will want to ask questions, and I will ask that it should be established, because I know that our farmers, our mothers, will go there and get farm inputs at subsidized prices. And when that is done, it will improve on their yield. Then, of course, we go to environment. Environment again. These Indians, they have destroyed our environment enough. They destroy our environment. They take what is there, and they don't pay interest. They destroy our environment. They take what is there, and they don't return in commensurate with what they take. What they pay us with is leaving us with misery and diseases that we cannot explain. We will have to probe in there. Let them tell us the company that they have contracted that is disposing their drilling waste. Who, for the past years, who has been doing it, and where have they been doing it? Because we have our eagle eye, and we are aware that they are going against environmental law. Because when you dig the ground and you bury your drilling waste. When the flood comes, it submerges it and the thing comes out. It kills our aquatic life. It poisons the water that our people drink. In another 10, 20 years, our people will begin to suffer cancer and many more diseases that we cannot explain. We must attack that. I do these things. Thank you very much.
So far, so good. Where is that? Hello, young man already. Before that, let's complete the online questions. Then I want to do that. Okay. You are the people here. Hello, just give the numbers. Give the numbers. Go ahead with the online.
Please wait to be recognized, please.
Hello. Excuse me.
Wait to be recognized by the moderator.
Hello. Start from here. That man has asked before, so it should be the last person to ask. Let other people also ask, right? Say the numbers.
So the online question, the first one here. So how do you plan to use the annual Undokwa/Ukwan federal constituency project funds? Then the second one, which I know they asked the House of Assembly people, so how do you plan to work with your colleagues at House of Representatives and INEC to reinstate Undokwa East constituency 2? Then the third question, what law would you sponsor at the floor of the Green Chamber?
Thank you. The annual project fund, otherwise the constituency project. At my first answers to you, I talked about setting a committee that will be looking into constituency projects. I don't intend to do these constituency projects myself. My intention is to have a committee across the one nation. Say 4 men committee from each constituency, 2 men and 2 women, because women must be carried along. I will have meetings with you and I will show you what is there for our constituency. If peradventure 100 million is my constituency project, you will see it live and direct that it is 100 million that is my constituency project. It's our constituency project. Then it takes us to reason it together and identify a constituency project that we intend to do. It is as simple as that. Not that I will come and begin to establish what I will start, I will not finish it. We have the best brains across the nation. If we need to make any construction, we call engineers amongst us. If we need to do any dredging, we call environmentalists and engineers amongst us. We are going to do it together, not only me. And I assure you that whatever money that is going to be given to me as our constituency project will be open. If the land is being paid in any account, you will see it, and I'll open it and I'll show you. This is it. So that is how I intend to use the money that is meant for you, for us. Thank you very much.
Questions? How do you hope to work with your colleagues and then Green Chamber?
Yes, very good. People who stay around me know that I like people around me and I make peace a lot. It doesn't mean I cannot be challenged. So I must make sure that the highest percentage of people in the Great Chamber are friends with me. So that when I want to move any motion and when I request for anything that requires them, that requires a signature, it will be easier for them. So I will make peace with them. I will lobby. I will also support them when they have positive projects in their place, so that they will support me when I have projects to do in my place. So I will liaise with all of them to making sure that any project I bring they will implement, they will help to implement it.
Lastly, how do you hope to help NEGA restore settlement constituency?
Very good. We are going to revisit it. We are going to revisit it and see and do the what is required. I just mentioned that I will have the major people with me. I will try as much as possible to have major people with me. I'm not just going there to be, yes, I'm going to stand firm as an activist, which I am. But not only that, I'm going to also lobby to making sure that that constituency is restored as much as it is important to Nigerians.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yes, I'll take it from the constituency project. I've never been there. I don't know how much is the constituency project, but I can assure you, like I said, that I will take the development blueprints of Ndoshimile Development Association. That blueprint will be my instrument of work. So whatever that is within that blueprint, that the constituency project can carry, that is what we will pick in collaboration with the body. And of course, you know, the federal constituency also covers the other three local government areas. I am aware too that you have the Open Federated Union. I will also consult them and say, you give me one project to be executed here. And that is the format that I am going to use. But in a resume, in the summary, whatever I want to do with my constituency projects will be what will be given me from my constituency. Moving forward, collaboration with my colleague. I did say it here, that to make a good legislature, you must have the tenacity to agitate and also imbibe the humility to lobby. I will combine the two to ensure that I have a high degree of understanding between me and my colleague. Japanese have one symbol, and that symbol is one of their greatest symbols of unity. A young man carrying his little brother behind during the war, a dead brother. The soldier asked him, say, keep it down before you get tired. He said, no, if this cause is not carrying me, he's my brother. And that is what unity can do. I will ensure I build the highest degree of unity and cooperation between me and my colleagues.
Thank you.
And then they will know that through them, I can tap into them and get what I want. And then, of course, in creating, in restoring the next constituency for Ndokwa East. Of course, that is already on the line. That is already on the line. I will collaborate with my colleagues at the House of Assembly, and they also see what we can do. Because litigation, as you know, I am not a lawyer, but I'm proud to say that I'm a litigant that has 4 feathers on my cap. A litigant that has 4 Supreme Court judgments, 2 Court of Appeal judgments, 5 High Court judgments. I know the rudiments of litigation in Nigeria.
Thank you.
So I'm ready to do that.
Thank you very much. So we're looking to the floor. How many? Those who are questions. Those are questions. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Everybody is important in this thing.
No, I'm telling you.
People can take care that they are returning. I mean, to not have any no.
Let me start on existing protocols. My name is Joe Esimami. from Ashakaye, an indigenous of Ndokwa East, and one of the victims of the oil and gas sector. The challenge we are having, not just in Ndokwa East, but Ndokwa Nation, there are just two. One is leadership problem, and the other one is followership. First of all, I want to commend the group for this initiative. So I wasn't happy some of our brothers are not here. It could have been a full house, no matter how it is. Probably next time I will love them to the end. No, don't say that. Don't say that. Please don't say that. Don't say that. Now, the introduction, just the introduction. 60% of,
Excuse me, maybe you came in late. They were all informed. Excuse me.
They are not here.
They were all informed. They were called severally, send letters to them, so they choose not to come.
No problem. Okay, understood. I commend you. Now, the issue is that, like I said, leadership. Most of us going to positions we don't know nothing about. How is so evolved? How is so wide? Leadership is an art. A child in primary school can move mountains when he knows what he's doing. Ndokwa is not just an ordinary local government. We are not just an oil and gas hub. We are one of the biggest in Delta State. Some of us have gone through DPR, gone through consultancy in oil and gas to other communities. We know what they are benefiting. With a sound oil and gas system, we don't need government because the system takes care of itself. From environmental degradation down to job creation, down to agri, down to anything you can think of, they are there in the oil and gas. What I'm particularly about oil and gas, I don't want to go into the other sector is that the PIB has been passed. Like PIA has been passed. The local content is already a law. Other communities are benefiting. Job creation, community projects, contracts, empowerment, agriculture. You will interest you to know that only cassava is even more valuable than your crude oil. I'm not just talking because it's a fact. I'm also interested to know that the value chain from the agri sector, nobody is pledged plantain and the rest, which to have been placed on the moderator on the point of order. No, let me finish up. I want to ask the question. I want to ask. Yes, okay. Now the question is, please ask for a problem. What are you going to do? Because you can't talk about the PIA. Why projects are ongoing? Where people are not carried along. What are you going to do? We talk about Indians taking over our jobs. How are we going to do it?
Listen, please. Listen, please. When you pick up your mic to speak here, go straight to your questions. No preambles. And then we don't come, we are here to show anybody. We are here to, excuse me, please. Just listen to me. We started on a very shaky note by accusing people of what you don't know about. You came late, but you come late to an event. You listen and ask questions. Okay, no, excuse me. Just listen to me. When you don't know the person here, when you come here to ask questions, go to the question. That men and women of high integrity here. No politician paid for this event to take place. People took their time to organize this event. You said you have been in a second all along. I don't know what and what other things you guys are doing. NDA, we are here to make a difference in the level of Ndokwa East and Ndokwa Nation as a whole. So please, we don't come here to talk down anybody or make some organized places. We won't take it anymore. Ask a question and then why are we told you? So we know where we are coming from. Just your name, yes. Where you're from.
Yes, I've done that. So my question goes to the House of Rep members, aspirants. Please, what are you going to do concerning the PIA? Because it was asked and they didn't give us a very definite answer. It's already an ask. Please, what are you going to do to correct the anomalies? If possible, are you going to mobilize the communities? Thank you.
Number two. when you go back,
Your name, the question straight away.
my name is Chukwuka.
Okay, your question is.
For the candidates, it is a known fact that many of us come here to talk and convince people that is what we want to do. It's true. But how can you tell us categorically that by the time you get to the house, you will not be concerned much with how to make laws to increase your salary? And by the time you begin to argue on the issue that actually concern us, and the house help you to get it through, to implement it, what stops you from appropriating to yourself and then come back here to give us palliatives in the form of empowerment? Please tell us how this can be done.
One big question. Number 3.
Thank you very much. My name is Kobri Chikuji. I'm representing the President General of Abala Kingdom. It's good to see my senior bros here, but I've never met him for a while. This is my question. I want to ask the Labour Party candidate and the APGA. First of all, the Labour Party. We all know the politics is a game of interest. This forum, this gathering will gather here for interest of those people. So when you narrow it down to the local government, you will also know that we are also agitating for our own interests. Now I want to bring it down to Ndopa East. For your records, you all know that Ndopa East have not gotten their fair share in the House of Representatives. Now, I want to ask our brother from the Labour Party, did you take time to consult very well before embarking on this journey? Because I know that Ndopa West,
Excuse me, hello. Hello. What do you do for the
we have been asking questions on what they will do. We have their manifestos. But this is the question of, excuse me.
Office mic. You cannot play down anybody.
Hello, please, number 4, number 4. Number 4, please.
Ask it to the next person, please release the mic.
Number 4. Hello, calm down, please, calm down. Calm down. Please, can I have your attention? Are you listening? Yes, sir. Please, we have so far shown that we're very disciplined people. And we cannot frustrate that identity now. So let us limit the noise, allow the questions straight to the point. Then we're almost running out. Don't forget that we have not engaged 2 persons. So let the next person ask. Don't interrupt.
All protocols observed. My name is Slovio Henry Ajay Obiaka. Now, for the sake of this question, sir, I'm assuming that you are there already. And let me say, because you are representing a constituency and a report comes to you, there is a particular oil well that a particular company has done an underground drilling, that is a diagonal drilling, sucking the oil and moving it to a different state instead of your own state. What will you do, sir?
Please allow the moderator, please. Let him moderate.
That's the last one. After him, they will move up to the next.
Thank you very much. Standing on the existing protocol, I'm still Honorable Martin Shadrach. I have just 3 questions. One is for the from Yedame. One is for the labor rep. And you said when you get there, you will not be doing things on your own. But I want to ask, don't you think if you don't do things on your own, it might affect the people? Because you have to innovate even before the people. That is one. Then number 2, this one is for both of you. What do you think is the benefit of BOI in other constituencies that we are suffering here? As in, when I say BOI, I'm talking of Bank of Industry, because I know that in other constituencies, federal Bank of Industry is functioning. So what can you do to make us benefit from it? Then the last one is for the Afghan man. I heard you somewhere talk about provision of telecommunication network in Ondokwa East. And today, we people have been talking of other social amenities, knowing fully well that most of the areas in Ondokwa East suffered communication. We still, like my place, Yedame, we still make call with antenna. So I want to know, I want to ask rather, do you think it is possible to get this facility for us, even without getting there as a rep member? Thank you.
The Afghan assistant.
I think I will do all the questions as we came.
Sorry, before you answer, somebody asked a question and then it's been answered already. Maybe you came late. He was asking what plans do they have to establish a higher institution in the over floods. So don't bother about it. It is urging me to reply to you from what is. Your questions have been answered. I should remember what the response was. We will tell you. Or later you consult me for a fee. So go on,
yes, I'll start with the first question. I'll do it in a descending order like that. Yes, the PIA bill, it has come again. In my response, I think this question has been coming over and over. In my first response, I did say that that is a policy paper, a law, and being a law, one would need to get experts to look at it and see how we can exploit it to our advantage. You won't go to war when you are not in the war front yet. And I did say also that until I get to the Federal House of Rep, I will be in a vintage position to be able to have the way, aside from the way, the courage, and the voltage, all that it takes to be able to see how we can exploit whatever that is enshrined in that law. So for now, I don't know how they are benefiting from the law yet, how others are benefiting and we have not benefited. If you have not benefited, I'm afraid I would not like to say that it's leadership failure, but like I said before, this is a new dawn for Ndokwa Nation. Every other thing that has not been happening, we are going to approach it differently. It is better to start late than not starting at all. And so when we get there, certainly we are going to address that. Now I move down. Chukwudi, you were talking about legislators going to the floor of the House to busy themselves more on laws that will benefit them or improve on their intakes. Well, it depends on everybody's inducing factors for putting themselves out for power. The major factor that induced me to put myself out for power is to serve my people. And it gives me joy when I use my position and bring joy and happiness to my people. I don't enjoy it that in every transition, after tapping my palm fruit and cracking my kernel, I begin to use the money for an election. This is the 7th time I'm contesting elections since 1999. And for me to be doing that, it means that I'm desirous of serving my people. I am not going to their house and then busy myself primarily with laws to better myself. Rather, I will use that, I will display that energy and time. While my colleagues are doing what is more important to them, it depends on what is your priority. I will use my time in making laws that will attract things to my people. If they busy themselves with bettering themselves, I will use the same time and choke in the ones that I know I will bring down here, and that way I'm building legacy for myself. I move further. The oil diagonal drilling issue. We know that it does happen. The oil industry is a mafia organization, and you need professionals to be able to ascertain that. It is only when that is done. If you have a proven case of that, we also, in collaboration with NDA, we get the professional, we get the consultants, and see how law bars whether what they are doing, if it doesn't happen in any place within Indonesia, we now also have to find out whether that what they are doing is in line with the law. If it's not in line with the law, thank God we have erudite lawyers in our midst here. We'll be able to see how we can take them up on that. I think that is the only thing I know I can do. And in doing that, I will also ensure that I will provide the necessary backing for that. And people like us, when you want to talk about putting so much pressure and responsibility on NDA, we should also be able to see how we can build the resources with which to make this NDA more functional. Today, the IDU has a house, and the house is built by NDA. I went to Oluwa for the palace for his annual, what is it called, annual coronation service, and I saw the hall where we did that celebration. It was built by NDDC. What stops us from building, putting initiative in place from building NDA house? And so when NDA is attacking all these agencies or doing things that are inimical, they know that we are coming from somewhere. And when they see the secretariat from where we are coming and where we want to collect data and whatever that we want to use to better our people, they know that we are very organized people. It is not going to be business as usual. I will ensure that I will provide the necessary tonic for those with development association to attack any such thing if it's not within the confine of the operational law. Then, yes, the Bank of Industry. You see, everything that happens in Nigerian society, it depends on how you want to tap into it. The Bank of Industry, the Bank of Agriculture, the Central Bank, all of them have programs that cost across. There is no one millionaire in the north that is not made by agricultural loan from the Central Bank. I stand to be corrected because I'm very much aware of that. Every year, they go to Central Bank, collect agricultural loan, and then the next moment, they will tell you that, of course, they will insure it, national NIC, that is NIC, they call it National Nigerian Agricultural Insurance Company. The next day, they will tell you that either their farm is flooded or their farm is booted by fire. That loan, they will not pay back. The money will shift to NIC. The next year, they will go there and collect the loan again. But you will be able to do these things when you have the contact. And you can only have the contact if you are in a place for the illumination of God to reach you. You cannot go and knock at the door of the chairman of Bank of Industry when you are not well placed. But I can bet you, take this to the bank, that with my vintage position as a House of Rep member representing Ndowa Okwani Federal Constituency, I don't suffer complex. And I know that I will always knock at the door of whoever, no matter whose us is God, as long as I'm going to ask for what is due us. Because if Bank of Industry has a program and they are trying to flow that program, the program should be seen to spread across the entire nation. So I will go there and ask for which of these things, or my people are interested in these things. If it is the one that requires moving with the NDA body so that they will see that I am not coming alone, I'll be able to do that. Of course, we also have sons and daughters that are highly placed who have to also tap into their knowledge and their contacts to get these things through. You may not know, but we have an Indo person who is highly placed in the bank of industry. But unfortunately, he hides himself there. He doesn't want anybody to know that he's there. I'm applied for loan to buy automated equipment for my farm.
Thank you.
And I didn't get it enough. I also applied for the central bank loan for initiative for palm oil development. Till now, I didn't get that money, even when they came to survey my farm. So all this will end when we begin to change our value system. And that value system must be driven by patriotism.
Thank you very much. I'll start with the presentation that has to do with the PIA Act. And this act has been implemented. I think it is obvious that implementation has always been the issue because we are not putting ourselves in it. We ensure that whatever it is with respect to PIA is being implemented. We don't want to sleep why our people are supposed to be represented. Why I'm there to represent you, and what they are supposed to do, they are not doing it. People they are supposed to employ, they are not employing because they have one or two people in the community. They are settling, they are giving millions of naira, and they sit aside to benefit all that is so you are supposed to benefit. We are going to follow this order, and we are going to call all the oil companies. We are going to sit with them. We have the documents. We should not keep them quiet. And thank God for this platform that called us for this debate. It's a platform so we can negotiate with. So we reason together. We do this. It's not only for someone that is at the house. Yes, I have the strength. I will have the power as your rep to do a lot of things. But you are also required here. Because the people that are making this not to work in our communities are people like you and I. Are those people you call your leaders? There is somehow a company will be situated in your community and be frustrating without somebody powering it. Someone is there at the back, destroying your future. And when you see them, they come out in their comfort and begin to celebrate them. This is the time to feed them out and take that thing from them. We need to sit and say, this is what is for my people. I called the person, the representative in partnership in my community, and almost 3 months it was not around. It was not able to come because of what I told him. You need people like us, 1 or 2, 3 persons that can stand out from your community and say, this is what we have on the template, implement it. You cannot have it and say you will not. For what? You will stop.
That is the vibe of the
either you stop or you do it. That is what is supposed to be done. There is no negotiation about it. There's nothing like our leader said. There's nothing like that.
Dog himself. Right on, nigga. Come on.
My man. Of democracy and reach oil and gas nation. Secondly, he said, my campaign promises. By the grace of God, this is my first time I am contesting election. I've not stolen government money before. I've not eaten their money. I'm a businessman. And I know the foundation at which I am contesting. I've not been taught how to steal money. And thank God the platform I am made from. And I'm hoping by the grace of God, the new Nigeria that is going to come, we change it together. So it is what I have been doing. Take us back from when there was flood, there was flood. I came here to give palliative, not because I was a politician, or not because I'm a politician. And if you notice, if you have seen my video, I came through my foundation, Charity and Development Foundation. We have been providing succor and been training people. It is not because I want to contest. And I came to, I don't know whether somebody said I was this is the House of Rep member of this. I just came with my foundation. This is what to do. And charity project and the Bill Foundation is giving you this.
2 minutes more.
Accept it. Another one is he said, did you take time to consult before this? See, my brother. All right. Thank you. God bless you. Another one is tapping oil on the ground. See, wrong is wrong no matter who does it. Remember that you have called someone from oil-rich nation because of this oil. How can somebody be tapping what belongs to you and I? And you celebrate the person? We will stop him. We will not take that. No matter what you call yourself, we will stop all these places. There are systems that you can use to know all these things. There are SCADA systems. People that study industrial automation and process control. They know all this. You cannot just be given line. You say, there's line here, we didn't know. You must know. Because at every point, you know that this thing has been diverted. So we trace all these things. In this new Nigeria that is coming, everything is going to be physical for you. As you are doing your things in your system, you will log in and see it work. Say, why did you say? Somebody asked, why did you say, I will not do things on my own? See, I am the messenger. I am someone you are sending. It is your message I'm going to deliver. And that is the reason we have to be consulting and doing town hall. Having town hall across the nation. It is what you want. My people want that I'm going there to represent. Yes, good about I am sound and I can represent you. I can stand firm and debate issues on the floor that will position the people of the nation. But there is something that bothers on us.
A minute more.
Sorry, sir. Please. So if we all listen, that is the reason we need to be meeting here. Just imagine we are here and I'm discussing what is meant for us. We have allies, we have big brains here. People, different professions. So if we reason out these things here, and I say, okay, this is what I will do. Am I not doing or not? When that thing comes, you see that everybody will smile on the project. And another one is back of industry. Of course, we'll go through what is required to make sure our people benefit from this. Everything that every benefit that we are supposed to benefit from federal government, I will make sure my people will benefit from it. Whether empowerment, whether from banks, whether loans, and others, I'm going to stand there for you, and I will make sure you will enjoy my representation. Thank you.
Moving to the last stage, and then we have a Senate institutional candidates on ground. We have a deputy one on ground. For want of time, I will suggest we take them together so that we can finish on time and leave the So prepare to join the ship as we drive in. We have two powerful people seeking our votes here. The better not central candidates. Honorable Ken Kama, and then our big sister here too, Professor Julie Nabogo. Edemena Mokoro. She is the deputy candidate Labour Party. So, as usual, we start from the electoral candidate to give us an overview of his manifesto and tell us why he thinks is the most qualified. After that, 5 minutes. We have a whole 5 minutes to talk with us before everybody Hope to confirm with us as well. Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Kennedy Kanma. I am contesting for the Senate. I'm contesting under the Labour Party. I want to first appreciate the organization of this event, the organizers of this event, because I took a primary thing out of attending this event, that we have organized understanding of the problems of our nation. Our problem is how to solve them. So when I listened to the keynote address, listened to the chairman's address, I know that the things I want to talk about are not things that are unknown to people. It is that all of us are searching for solutions to those issues. And I want to talk briefly about my own ideas of what I intend to do about the problems the way I understand them. So I have just 5 minutes to talk, and I'll go straight to the points. Primarily, the problem we suffer in this country is a problem that is foundational. So I am moved by a primary desire for a rebirth of Nigeria. Everything I do, whatever I'm pursuing, that is what is driving me. That Nigeria, the way it was operating before, should stop. And a new way of doing things in Nigeria should be better starting 2023. That is the sum total of all my aim in the series. Now, how do I think about that? I have a few things that agitate my mind. I start from insecurity. I realize that insecurity is almost as if it's deliberately orchestrated in the country to frustrate the people. Because once you are in an insecure state, you can be manipulated, you can be turned around, you can be done anyhow you want. Because everybody is seeking life. Because without life, you can't do anything. So I key into the manifestos of Labour Party. Labour Party intends on insecurity to ensure that we have a form of community policing. Because the people are more interested in their own safety than people coming from any other part of the world. That you will see and the Senate, you will hear my voice on that matter. If I'm not the person proposing it, I'm supporting whoever is proposing it. So on that issue, it's settled for me. I'm interested in the security of Nigeria. And it's one of the things that is driving my dream to represent you at the Senate. I also said that I will be very brief about it, so I will not elaborate more. On the issue of poverty, I believe as a person that it is an anathema that people should have the kind of level of poverty we have in Nigeria. Given the resources that are available, given the mental capacity of our people, given the resilience and the hard work of our people. And sometimes when they say that we have lazy youth, I say, who can ever think of such? A people who can trek from here, trek across Nigeria, trek across the Sahara Desert, swim across the Mediterranean Ocean, to go to foreign countries, to go and seek opportunities. How can you call that of people lazy? We are poor because we are not doing the things we ought to do. And those things are sometimes very simple to understand. For instance, if a person is doing work, if you run a business in this country and you try to get a loan, if you are nobody, you can never get a loan. There's no two ways about it. Look at every country that's making progress. It's easy for people to be able to get money to finance their ideas. Ideas drive a country. If our ideas are not being financed, how can we expect poverty to go? We have to start attending to the fundamentals of things that make our people poor. And those are the things that drive my emotion, drive my interest. I want to get there to ensure that those type of things are done. I understand some of the laws. I understand, for instance, now I've been in real estate, I'm a lawyer. I know the way the laws of our land limit people by reason of the fact that you don't have land that you can transfer, you don't have land that you can use for any voting, except a few places in the city. That is a waste of our natural resources. There are several other ones of them, but as I think of them, I know some of them, and as I enter there, more of them will be coming on. So I'm interested in laws that remove our people from poverty, and put our people in places where they can use their resources.
Thank you.
Now, His 5 minutes is gone.
Go ahead. It's not gone. It's not gone. Please go ahead. It's
You have 2 more minutes.
Thank you very much.
Two minutes of grace.
I understand some of these issues. I realize that we have to work on our education. Our educational system is needed to fund our places, and we understand these problems. Now, I'm going into the Senate. My primary purpose is to help best in Nigeria. I believe in my presidential candidate. I believe in Toby. I believe in his capacity to do things. And I believe that he needs people like me to ensure that all those dreams he has, all the dreams people who want the good for Nigeria have, that they come into fruition. That's my dream in going to the Senate. And I ask all of you to support us to get there.
That's a good one. Is that all you can give to him? Now, we move on to the Papa full Professor Maki Wotelena Mukuru. So, in 5 minutes, give us an overview of her blueprint, why she thinks she's the most qualified deputy governor.
Thank you. Melanie.
Remind all of you that your counterparts in other political parties were duly invited. And we're glad you have come here.
Thank you so very much. I'm standing on existing protocol. I'll just summarize what I have here. And I think I'd like to make, if people want copies, I'll make copies and give. I just want to draw attention to the fact that coming in for this position, I was actually sought for. I am not a regular politician. And seeking me out meant that there are people who felt that I could do this job. And so I have so much at stake because I would need to prove to these people that they were right. I want to start by quoting Martin Luther King Jr., who said, if a man, has not discovered what he would die for, that man is not fit to live. For me, I have discovered what I would die for. And that is my home, my habitat. One who fails to recognize that fact has lost his or her identity. My home. And my home, I can gladly die for. And that is why I stepped out. When I was sought for to carry on with this position, I initially stepped down. And I asked myself one question. You say people are not doing it well. Why don't you go do it? Show them what to do. And so I decided to do that. Initially, the reason why I stepped down was because eventually I saw the condition. Like somebody said, I don't envy you. Really, I don't even envy myself. The truth is that there's so much at stake, so much that you have to deny yourself. Your pleasure, your time, your money, and your integrity is at stake. And so, for that reason, one of the greatest things I have had to stake for this vision is to stake my job. I have put in my resignation as a professor in the University of Port Harcourt because I have to do this job for you. Now, I just said, I could die for my home, for my habitat, my habitation. And that is one of the steps I took that made me know that, yes, I could die for my place. And my place is where Nelga. I'm from Nelga. Yes, as a deputy governor, I will be in charge of 25 local government areas, but I come from a particular local government area, I'm not Nelga. And for me, Nelga is my nest. The N there represents nest, the E is an Elysium for me, the place you enjoy with beautiful scenery. is my land, my gold, my assets. So I must fight for it. I'm proudly a citizen of Nelga. Now, when you talk about home, let us see Nelga as a microcosm, because home also means that Ndokwa nation is where I belong, Delta is where I belong, Nigeria is where I belong. So we are all fighting to make sure that Nigeria becomes what we want it to be. I want to also say to us that Delta, that is supposed to have looked after the local government area, has not done so. Because we find out that the story is not just with Nelga. There are complaints from other places, but Nelga has been so marginalized and relegated to the background. I begin to wonder whether it's actually a part of Delta State. And so I tell myself that something has to change, because once you continue to do things continuously the way you have always done it, you just move in vicious circle. And so I quote again John Mason, who says, the man who uses yesterday's methods in today's world will be in business tomorrow. And we certainly want to be in business, isn't it? So I think what we really need is a change. The elections are here. Everybody is here campaigning. We are rattling and saying the same things all over. We want to build school, bridges, schools. We want to give loans, provide security, and the rest of it. How? That is the question. We all know the problem. There's no use to come here and begin to, enumerate this problem. These problems. So I'm saying that the people who have been there before have come again. They are singing the same songs. They are telling us the same stories. If they have not been able to do it in the past, how would they be able to do it? We need a fresh vision. We need a fresh vision. My counterpart here said he's coming out for the first time. I'm also coming out for the first time. Like I said, I've never been a politician. I am just interested in ensuring that the right things are put in place. And I want to also state that this position of deputy governor, I have been courted by 2 other political parties, including our main political party in the state. And I said no, because you have to be best of it. We say feather before you can flock together. Because I know that if I had taken that position, it would just be a window dressing. I'll be a deputy governor sitting on sideline. You'll not be able to change anything. And when Labour Party came for me, and I looked at the manifesto, and I saw the vision put ahead, I said, this philosophy marries with my philosophy. And that is why I could stake my job as a professor at the university. Now, I want to say that we need change. And I am saying, because this is a joint ticket, it's not just me, a joint ticket of myself and Vicky Kempela, who is running for the governorship position. Therefore, what I am stating right here is that both of us are the new faces of change that we require in Delta State. There's always a synergy when you look at things. Our principal at the top, Peter Obi, talks about consumption to production. Beautiful idea. And my principal talks about the idea of righteousness. He tells us about righteousness, about prosperity, and about doing things the right way, transparency. And so, and in doing all that, it will bring harmony. And one of the things that made me to carry this banner is the fact that my leadership, we are going to carry on with pragmatic leadership, where we are going to restructure the economy. We're going to restructure and bring in fresh ideas. And to bring in fresh ideas, you must first destruct. You must destroy something to be able to build something. So the old system must be destroyed because it is built on corruption. And there is no way even my colleagues here will will be able to do anything if that system still remains. Because it is already a status quo, we have to destroy it and then start from the beginning. And I think it's the people at the helm of affairs. If they agree to that, then it will help us to have a fresh beginning. Because without it, you cannot come and make laws. They'll tell you we have been here before you. If you do not agree, then we look for a way to get you out. And when the bad people are more than the good people, then we have problems there. Thank you very much.
I would like to ask questions in form. Asking them one. Number one, I would like to know what's your understanding of the roles and responsibility of the position you seek. Number two, tell us why you are the best person for this job. What do you consider? What do you consider to be our priorities in NELGA? And how do you intend to address them? So, what is your understanding of the roles and responsibilities of the deputy governor?
Yeah. A deputy governor is not a rubber stamp. In fact, the Constitution provides clearly the roles of the deputy governor, and a deputy governor is giving directives, has his or her votes to make and implement. And then you asked what makes me feel I'm the best person for this job. First and foremost, I started training myself a long time ago, right from my home upbringing. I have been taught to be a woman of character, and I have always pursued that as one of my goals. And then in the midst of it all, in training, in gathering training, I realized that competence is something you need to be able to be effective in whatever you're going to do. And competence and capacity are things you don't just pick along the roadside. So I want to say that I am first and foremost thoroughly attuned with my terrain. My terrain is Delta State. I'm well attuned with Delta State, but I am even more attuned with NELGA, where I come from. And how did I try to build myself? Before now, whatever I'm going to be doing has nothing to do with the now. It is history. I, for instance, have been a member of NNU, NDA, ANPA, actually Association of Ndokwa Professionals in Academia, actually formed that association. I've been together with Otumuta. These are people from Delta North who are academics.
What do you consider to be our priority?
Okay, so let me quickly, please. That second question. Yes, I know. I can just answer them to get over. So I have built myself to the extent that I know I can run an office and initiatives and bring in initiatives without being pulled by the nose or with hoods being pulled across my face. I think I have a mind of my own. That is something that we need. Somebody who is in leadership should need. We don't need to be guided. If you know what should be. And then you said, what do I consider my NELGA priority? Wow, you can say that again. I already have it before me the 13-point agenda, and it is my manifesto if you want to know, because as I get into office, I will table it and say, Let me quickly mention that in Nelga, what I noticed about Nelga is the fact that the communities are far flung. You know, in other local government areas, you can move within the local government area within a day, but you can't do that with Nelga. And that is something that a lot of people are not aware of. I think one of the things that I would initiate if I'm in government is to say, before you can be a member of any community, you must be attuned with that terrain. You must visit there and know what is there. Because if people who are making those laws there on their table know this, they cannot be doing flat rate thing and say, okay, we want to give roads, so we give 20 billion. So all the there are 3 local governments, okay, 20. No, there are places that would need to give double because the terrain is not the same like the other. Those are some of the things we're going to do. So priority, is not one. Nelga has nothing. So everything is priority.
Once again, Dauno, yes, my understanding of my role as a senator is simple. I believe that the senator is a voice to speak the mind of the people. So my duties are first to identify the issues that trouble my people and make sure it gets into the executive's attention for implementation. That, in very simple terms, is what my work is. First, identify what are the problems and ensure that those problems get into the executive. Some of them are done by laws, and some of them are done by oversight functions. If it is a law, ensure the laws get passed through collaboration. If it is not laws and it's just a matter of oversight, ensure that the matter gets done. That is my understanding of my role as a senator. Now, why do I think I'm the best for this job? I look at the terrain. Almost any other person who is coming out for the same position does not have the capacity, does not have the willingness, does not have the interest to bet a new Nigeria. Of the people contesting, I believe that I'm the only person who has that desire to see that Nigeria begins to work for both the rich and for the poor, and both the big and for the small. And that is the type of new Nigeria we are aiming to establish from 2023 forward. Now, what do you consider the priority needs of the people of Nelga? I know some of them. I do not know the 13 points agenda, but I can tell you that before tomorrow, I will know that 13 points agenda. But for the ones I know that when there was flood, I realized that there is a monumental problem in the place. So before I came here, it had been in my attention that whatever it is that is making that dam that is to be built at Dancing in Adamawa State, and whatever is stopping the River Niger from being desilted, are things that should be tackled with urgency. Secondly, I have moved around the terrain while I was doing campaign. I realized that some of the places is a difficulty to access. For a local government that produces so much resources for the nation, it's an aberration that the roads for even the citizens to pass from one point to the other are not existing. So those issues of roads, those issues of the city of flood, are some of the things that are priority in my mind. And those are the things that I want to tackle. In education, the things that I think about education are not local government specific. But in terms of education, I believe that the quality of education across Delta North ought to be improved. And the infrastructure for those education are lacking grossly in parts of our local government, particularly if you come into local nation. I understand that in Lower East, there's no federal institution. In fact, I don't know of anyone in any of the Ndokwa nation or Kwane of a federal, no. So that's an aberration. For this whole place, I do know that in a particular state in this country, there are 169 federal institutions in just one state. If there can be 169 federal institutions in one state, why should we not have at least one in each of the local governments of Delta North Senatorial District? So those are some of the things that I've had as things that I will talk about once I enter into the Senate. Now, in set 5, I've listed 4. One other thing that I've realized that is of importance to the people of Delta North Senatorial District, and because I'm here in Ndokwa East, is healthcare. Healthcare is extremely important. If you are able to afford your healthcare, other things you manage to do, because once you have life, you'll be able to struggle for the others. But without life, without a sound body, you will not be able to do much. And I realize that health is a problem, and we need to address those issues of providing healthcare in every place. Those are some of the things that I already think of now. And when I start working together with the people who are in charge of the communities, we'll be able to find things that deal more specifically to the communities involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kenna. I want to ask just two quick questions. In my view, one of the biggest problems we've had in NELP is that we've not been represented. By our leaders, even in Delta North. It's very nice in the room to talk about Anioma. We're all Anioma, we're all, we're all a part of Anioma. We all buy into the Anioma concept. But it is my personal view that it is used to cheat us most times. Can you also tell us how you will ensure that Ndokwa East is well treated if you become a senator in the affairs of Delta North? I'll give you examples. I'll give you one example. In all of Delta North, we have people that know part, and we don't blame them for that, right? But we're talking facts. And I would say this even if I was discussing on Bashi, right? Or I was in Asaba. The truth is the truth. When NDC projects come along, we don't know, we don't see them. 90% of the projects are in places where there's no drop of water. Okay? And you're going to present us with your success. Do explain to us how you intend to ensure that if Senator representing us. Thanks.
In terms of representation, I believe that for people who know me, people who have cause to have any interaction with me, one of the things that you can say for me at any given time is that I'm extremely fair-minded about the way I approach things. And if you look at my speech, the little of it that I've made, you listen to almost anything I've talked about in the past, I keep talking about the depth of Nigeria. I keep talking about a Nigeria that works for everyone, not a Nigeria that works for a few people who are connected and it's not working for the vast majority of the people. So by mindset, I believe in fairness. I've had several examples of that. Sometimes I have one example that really comes to my mind. I had a work I was doing with the head of service somewhere in Abuja. And when we were given an evaluation of the work, they said, it is only in your place we came in, and your crowd, that's people who are all around you, are not just people of your ethnic stock. Because most times I work with what is, with both someone who can do the work and with fairness in mind. So I don't think that that character on its own will change all of a sudden just because I am occupying the seat of Senate. Now, in terms of, please can I get the.
If you have visited and who interact with.
Yes.
If you truly, we're different, right? We have a peculiar circumstances. And it's very easy for politicians to paint with one approach. Yes. Yes. We want to know how, when you know Nelga. To show accountability as some of the intervention agencies, such as NDA and so on.
For these three questions, I'm on familiar terrain. Those are things that I've thought through. They are not things. If you take up this my book, the number at the back is my number. If you dial it now, it will ring on this phone. But this phone is dead now. It died while I was here. I intend to be accessible. If it becomes overwhelming, the phone will still be on. It may be worse is that I may not be the person carrying it, but the phone will still be on. I intend to intensively interact with the people who are represented, because I believe that my work is actually to present the views of my people to the people whose duty it is to execute it. I usually mention something. I am not a contractor. I am not an executive. I'm not in the executive branch. My work is not to do the actual work. My work is to ensure that the person they gave that work to do actually does it. If I am the senator, I can assure you of one thing. If they award a contract in Delta North anywhere, the person whose responsibility to do it, we know that he has a duty to do it. I want to this space. That one I already know. Those ones are thought through. But those are some of the things that agitate my mind. And if you open my book, you will see it there. I even mentioned it there. That sometimes I wonder how it is that you can give contract. You see it every day. They are awarding contract for this, awarding contract for that. You come back, nobody talks about it. Just because somebody just carries it 100% inside his pocket and just leaves it there. Nothing happens. Nobody talks about it. And because people have developed a habit of saying nothing, I don't intend to have that kind of quietness. If they give you a job, if you know that you don't want to do it, don't take it in Delta North. Go take it somewhere else. I may not interfere, I will not talk. But if it is in Delta North, you will do it. Now, you said, how do you address abandoned projects? For me, I have believed that some of the projects are actually very important. The moment you identify it, sometimes what trumps our people is that once they have awarded the contract, they've done it, they've not done it properly, they've left it, it's left there. Identify the projects, identify the ones that are important, ensure they get back into the budget. And if you put it inside the budget, when I'm the senator, I've already said this before, that if they award a contract to you, not the one I even push into the budget, the one somebody else puts into the budget, they award it and you are the person to do it in Delta North, you will do it. The one I pushed into the budget is sacrosanct. You must do it. It's just simple. I'm not going to take pride from you. If I didn't take pride from you, there's nothing that will stop me from talking about it. So please, for that one, I don't have it. I've thought that one through. Those two I already know before. What is your approach to accountability? I think the two things I've said before also goes to that accountability. If you have a job to do it. I'm not a contractor. I'm not an executive. My job is to ensure you do the work you're supposed to do. And if I'm not doing that, I'm not doing my work.
Okay. Accessibility. I'm not going to depend on the phone. When you give people that blanket check to call, they abuse it. Sometimes you even get people who misuse it. But I have worked out with my principal some of the nitty-gritty of administration. We find ourselves in government house. We find ourselves in the government house. We have decided that we will have an office created for that purpose. The office is a kind of a liaison office that will have representatives from all the 25 local government areas. And their job is to have this synergy with the home and be able to bring reports which will be treated, on a regular basis. We must have liaison officers, from the different local government areas. That is on accessibility. And also on accessibility, we intend to do something because you see, town and gown must be brought together. Town and gown must be brought together. Those you are serving, you need to have their cloak and color with you so that there's a synergy. You are in the government house, you don't have the technical know-how to be in different places at the same time. We have decided that the different groups, like NDA, for instance, NNU, for instance, we have different groups in different local government area, apex bodies. We intend to synergize with apex bodies. I have been in a number of apex bodies of either communities or local government areas. I find out there's always this divide between them and the government of the day. I think that is not good at all enough. We would have to bring them together to synergize, because that is where you can get first-hand information from the localities where they operate. And then we also intend to see how we can utilize them as check and balance on projects being done in their different areas. So they become monitoring groups through whom we can get information about whether the projects are being carried out or not. So in our administration, we're going to have a lot of checks and balances. And checks and balances, not just you are established to check on someone, some other person is checking on you. So it's going to be a chain of checking on each other, because that is the only way we can always root out corruption.
Thank you so much. It's been a very exciting afternoon. Just one last question from me. Over the years, we have had individuals who come to us, speaking platitudes, trying to romance our egos. At the end of the day, when they get into positions of authority, it becomes so difficult to reach them. Even we as an organization, NDA, have made attempts to have a meeting, a senator with a House of Rep, with the state representative, and they didn't think they owed us anything. So the question is, if God willing you now get into this position, how would you do things differently to keep that relationship, to know that these are the people that actually put you there, and give us the respect that is due to us? Thank you.
Yeah, I think I have almost been the answer, because maybe you didn't get the whole of it. I said we're going to synergize with payment bodies of different local government areas. And what I'm going to add to that is that there will be quarterly meetings, at least quarterly, even if it is not bi-monthly. Quarterly meeting in the sense that you don't even need to be crying, to be bothering yourself about how to get the meeting sorted in for you. If you already know that statutorily they're supposed to meet at such and such a time, then of course you would have put everything that concerns your particular locality down, because there will be reports. There will be time for reports from the different LGBs. So I think we can solve that very easily.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much. I believe we are all set to live here. Am I right?
Yes.
Prof, a double-edged one. This is the last you've spoken about how self-opinionated you are. Please, you have spoken about how self-opinionated you are, how you have been trained. You are a professor. You are also a woman. Now aspiring to be a deputy governor. First female for that matter. How do you intend to be circumspect and continuously vigilant if your boss, talking about the governor, is not as amenable to the gender issue? That's one. Conversely, if you find that you were picked on the basis of the political understanding of Delta State, which is to balance and have representation from Delta North, how would you react in the event that you get into power and find that it ended there? In other words, not much development comes in this direction. If you can quickly do that, then we'll round up. Thank you.
Yes. The first question about let me get it again. The first question.
I'm actually concerned about complex issues.
Gender.
Gender, complex, and insecurity. That insecurity is the man, you are a professor, you are a woman, you are accomplished. You also told us how very self-opinionated you could be. Supposing he begins to feel insecure, how do you?
Okay.
And conversely,
that's sweet.
Conversely, assuming you realize that you were mainly picked on the basis of where you come from, which is your priority, which is the place you said you want to die for, or you could die for. How would you respond if you begin to find that not much is coming to them?
Deacon Kempela is one of the nicest person you can work with. Actually, he wanted my person. He had criteria set down, and he wanted somebody who would be able to compliment him. And he is ever so proud that he has a person like me by his side. Definitely, I know my place as a woman. I have a husband at home. And therefore, what I am supposed to be is a helpmate, as God has proposed it. And being a helpmate that has capacity, I know that my counseling will be worthwhile, will be considered. When you are talking about counseling does not mean that you are pushing authority in the face of someone. It is that you are drawing attention to things, loopholes. Can we try this way or that way? So I think even if it were a male ticket, it still behoves the pair to work, with an understanding. There must be a compromise. And so far, so good. We have worked so well. He would have been here today, and that would have actually broken the jinx because he has always gone with me to different places. But yesterday we had a program together. He was ill and he had to see his doctor. That's why he's not here. He would have been here. He's a very reserved person, very humble. A person that would really give peace a chance. So I think we can work together nicely. If not, I would have stepped down. I'm not the kind of person that would be compromised in that way. The other question that I probably was picked because there was some kind of zoning and all that. Well, it is not indeed out of place for anybody to find yourself in my position. But finding yourself in that position, you must always look for a way around it. I think Deacon Kempela comes from a place, and he knows I come from a place. And definitely, just like I'm thinking, he's also thinking of what he could do for his people. He definitely would give a listening ear. So the priorities here. When he came here, I brought him during the flood. We came together. We entered the boat and went round to different places, especially, the crossing of the, he brought himself down. Other persons sent people to represent them. But he came on his own. And we visited the technical together, visited the other place together. So I think he's a down-to-earth person. And one of the things he said when he visited, he said, "Oh, I can't believe it. You mean, we still have places like this." He has even given his words. He came here, it was Mashaka a few times back, and made promises about about doing something for the East. You know, not just because I'm from there, but because you have seen their falling situation as a human being, not because I'm from there. So ordinarily, even if I was not from Nelga, maybe I'll pick from somewhere else, and then he comes to a place where he finds that his heart, you know, goes out to them, he will still have said the same thing, not because the deputy governor is from that area.
Wonderful encounter, very, very interesting conversation. We just have two. Okay. There's a children for the first time. So look yesterday. Three questions. Start from you. Good evening, Prof. Good evening, Senator. Good evening to the entire leaders here seated. My name is Prince Roxon. I'm from Ibride community in Ndukwa East. My question is just going to be straightforward. Given the cost of governance and the waste in running government, what will both of you bring to the table, both at the federal and at the state? Because as it stands today, Nigeria is running on a very dangerous lane in terms of the cost of governance, what is used to run government, how much people are paid. We have a system today where you can have over 1,000 appointees or 6,000 appointees, and these persons are paid money without a job description, probably sitting under the mango doing nothing, and at the end of the day, they don't even produce even a matchstick. And at the end of the month, they are paid money for doing nothing. What will both of you, both at the state level and the federal, bring to bear in terms of reducing the costs and waste in governance? Thank you.
My name is Mrs. Emiri from Asay. I'm standing on the existing protocol. Thank God our deputy Kuba is from the school environment. Our schools are in a very bad shape. Very porous, insecurity, and what have you. Our children are not properly protected. They learn under very dirty and nasty infrastructure. The last employment made in secondary school was in 2009. Until date, there have not been any employment. And teachers resign, retire every day. Now, with our knowledge from the school, what plans has she to develop our schools and protect our children from banditry, kidnapping, and other social vices? Thank you.
Correct allocation. There were employment last year.
What would the degree of that? I'm of your Obadum shared drag. In the White East, very particularly. My question is that, assume that all of you that year, election has come and gone, result has come out. Now, what's your intention? Do you intend to say that this man lose, this man win me, I will take her to court, or I will support her? That's my.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Okiyama, of Somalia. My question goes to the panel and not to the candidates. The panel has put a very good program for us in Ndokwa East. This is the first time in the history of Ndokwa East. We're making sure that we need to be in the process of the recruitment of leadership. And because that's our problem today in Ndokwa East. Today, I listen and I follow up all the adverts you did, both the radio, both the social media, both the television. And most of these big parties that have been a problem that kept us like this today are not here. What is your take as a panel that has put this program for us? Because by 2023 this year, February 25th and March 10th, we'll go to the polls. What is your take and what is your directives? Because this is Ndokwa is sitting down today. What are we going to do in this election? With these big parties that are throwing money around, or you are going to tell us that all of us should go out there and do the right thing?
All protocol of that, my name is Peter Ubogo from Ushi Ward 10. My question is, here we are farmers, and every year, every month, cattle is for our farms. When we cry, no help from anywhere. So, I think the whole of you in the table. So when you are in position, what will you do to preserve our farms? Because even our women on the farm, they are afraid of the headmen. So what is your position in this regard? Thank you.
Please, we have, this is the last set of questions. After now, we take our funerals and then closing prayers, and then we'll leave. Both of hands, closing prayers, and then photographs. So, before you answer the questions, HDMI. Go ahead.
One of the things that my profession has nicely prepared me for is research. And it is something that is going to come handy because I haven't been there. There's paucity of data. So when you get to a place, the first thing you do is to look back, look at what is there on ground and see how you're going to go forward from there. So the first question says waste and cost of governance. Those are things we're going to go and meet there. And I did say something about to destruct and to construct, for us to be able to construct. I'm not saying that as just me. I am a mouthpiece. My principle at the top is even the best crooner when it comes to that, talking about cutting down the cost of governance. And I think it's going to happen. And sometimes I ask myself, when I go to read about democracy in other places, the kind of democracy that's here is different. I don't know why it is still called democracy. You know, when you tackle them, they say it's the Nigerian style. There's nothing like Nigerian style. We want to be in the same standard with the world. So if we're going to run a democracy, we run a democracy. It's going to happen. Well, Mrs. Emiri, you talked about schools. You know, I was asked here what my priorities would be in Elga. You know, and I said practically everything is non-existent. But I know that yes, when you talk of priorities, there must be priorities out of whatever needs that you have tabled. I know that the greatest priority we have in Nelda is first and foremost to have a home, You know, we have a situation where the flood is not chasing us, school is chasing us because all our children are going to learn elsewhere and they're working elsewhere. So, and then no employment, people are immigrating. So we're being chased from all corners and we have to put all these things in place if we want our people to come back. So people must always go in search of greener pastures. So I think, you know, you just mentioned schools. That is very much at the top of my mind. Being education, I think we're going to do something about that. The how is not what we need to talk about here. But once we have placed it as one of our priorities, definitely it is not something we're going to do all alone. Every one of us are going to rub minds and tell ourselves how we're going to get them done. You can go there and build big infrastructure and everything, and then flood comes and chases everybody away. So we need to tie all these things together for us to be able to. Security is very, very important. And then somebody spoke about the farms. When the sea has taken over the land, where is the farm? You understand? So, you know, it's not even the cattle that's our problem now. It is actually our ability to be able to reclaim the land. You see, when we can't sit here and begin to say the nitty-gritty of how we're going to do it. I'm not an expert. We're going to bring technocrats together who are going to tell us what to do. And I want to tell you that we have examples. We have examples. I'm sure you never heard that in Dubai, they never had what we call, there's no sea. They brought the sea to themselves. And you have a port there. How did they do it? Or you talk about other places like Netherlands, or you talk about Switzerland. These are places we all go to. We go on holidays. Some of them are islands floating. You understand? So these are some of the things we have to look at. How did these people do it? And what we can do is, what you don't have, you buy it. We have the money. Let us cut down on this waste and use the money to seek life for ourselves. We can bring these people to come and work on it. I tell you, you know, I visited Ndoni, and if you see the edifice that what they put there, you know, with if you are there, it's like you are elsewhere. And you know, with a nice bridge, you don't even believe that, you know, there is water in that place. So I think we have the money, and I think if we do well for ourselves, we bring technocrats, experts to come and plan for us. You see this Nigeria you are seeing, if we do what we need to do, people will be coming here to relax. Because they love the sea, they love the water. They will bring water games and sports and everything, and you find out that, you know, investors will start coming to build. But we have to reclaim the land. We have to checkmate the sea. Imagine a group of scrupulous people, you're giving money to build a dam, you don't build it because maybe your own community, water doesn't come there. I'm just wondering. And I want to tell you that some of these things succeed because there are people who benefit from the ill. There are people who are gaining something. And if you are involved and you are suffering from the impediment, I don't think you would want. That is what we call evil money. You're giving money to give palliative to people and you circumvent, you extract it, or you are told, you know, this is contract to do a bridge across the bridge, then you don't do it. I think, you know, like what I said, checks and balances will solve all the problems. When you are asked to do something, we follow up big time. And then it's not just checks and balances. Like somebody, you know, the Sultan was saying the other time, that how many people have been killed? Why is it that, we hear of all these billions and, these people are not denying it? We catch them money laundering and all that. I'm not hearing that they are languishing in jail or that they have, done one thing or the other for them. If somebody steals in the north, they cut off the hand. How many rich people are they cut off their hands? So these are the things. So until we're able to have a penal system that does not subscribe to the sacred cow, then we know that we have started something. Thank you.
The last response. Thank you very much for that question. One of the most important questions you asked me. We're very happy, we're very pleased that you asked that question. I'm going to, because before that we've taken a position as a group, I'm going to try to respond, here, and I'll invite my colleagues, to also speak if I don't do justice to that question. It's very, very important. And I think it goes to the heart of why we're here, why this session, was this debate was organized. We came into the picture a couple of years ago, and you'll agree with me that one of our biggest problems, I think you said it, leadership, right? And so the recruitment of leadership, political leadership is key. That is one of the biggest reasons we're doing this today. Now, if we put this together, we expect that anybody who is aspiring to leadership in Indonesia should be too happy to come and tell Indonesia people exactly why he wants to lead. We made very special efforts to reach everybody, about 20-something of them, at every level. We wrote to them, hard copies, physical. We wrote to everybody electronically. We reached everybody by phone. While some people embraced it, others made it very difficult to even reach them. Right? So, what do we do with this? My own assessment is if somebody wants to represent me or do stuff for me and doesn't want to talk to me, it's either of a few things, maybe two things. It's either he has nothing for me, he has nothing to offer us. Because if you have a lot to offer Ndokwa East, you want to tell Ndokwa East people what you have to offer, right? Or your history is such as to make you too scared to want to, to face me, right? You're too scared to answer for your whatever, your service. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't live here, but our people are strewn all over the place, right? Ndokwa East, like I said, is probably the largest local government area by space in Delta. If not number one, it's number two. Our people are out there. We don't know everybody. This is, one of my first time of, speaking one-on-one with any of the contestants. It's these people I know. And I believe it's these people that Ndokwa East people know. Yes. As I see them, as they respond to our questions, I have a feeling that if they succeed, it will be much easier for us to approach the people who have presented themselves to Ndokwa people, right? To answer or to say yes, even if they misspoke today, they'll be able to tell you, yeah, that's what I said, but something changed. At least we know them. Personally, I am more at home with people who want to represent me and they don't have that disdain. That's the other factor. The other reason why you will not want to talk to Ndokwa East people is if you think we are nothing. We are nothing. and versus to those people. We don't count, and your vote won't count. And even if it does, they'll do what they need to do. We don't need people who do not care for us, right? That's as much as I'd say. I think the message should be clear. Now, we also try to interact with, we're not just on social media or here. We have tried to connect with every area, that is NDA. We are in touch with the PGs. We talk to them, we liaise with them. We are in touch with the chairman of the town unions and so on. We want to represent, we are not politicians. We don't care which party wins. What we want is that Ndokwa is not the disgrace and the mess that it is today. One of the reasons we also have a part of the blame, right? We tell ourselves in NDA. A lot of us are absconded. That's why Ndokwa is the way it is. People who should know have gone so far away, right? That there are very few people to represent us and speak for us and organize things like this. This is why NDA is here. We're bringing all these people to us. Let us take this seriously. Let's take the message back home. Who has decided to talk to us? People who have taken time to try to explain to us what they do if we vote for them. The 1,000 naira, 5,000 naira bags of salt don't mean anything. Yes? The amount you pay, Mbonyonya, right? The issues in Onya are billion naira issues. Are you with me? And Onya represents all of the Niger. The problems, Osa, Nshogudin, what do you call it? Nelga, in Onya, from erosion. All 9, my family house is, in fact, in another 2 seasons, gone, wiped out. Everybody's suffering. Our primary schools are gone. Osifani when gone. Every year we lose no less than 5 meters of our land to erosion. Politicians who say they represent us don't even know the things we're talking about. Are you with me? Yes. Every year, my people are refugees. Nobody comes to talk to them. They've given us more money has gone down in upland local governments than Ndokwa East that was submerged 98% of the terrain, totally submerged. In a place like Onya, we had up to 20 families living in a house because it's one of the few story buildings. The whole place wiped out. Our people are out in other local governments 3-4 months of the year. All their crops are gone. The people that we voted, the people who have held us down all these years, they did not come. They have not come till today. So if they come back and give us 5,000, 10,000, 1,000, that's absolute rubbish. And that's the message we need to take back to our people. We need to be more sensitive. We have talked about roads. Do you know how much Ndokwa East has contributed to the development of Nigeria? We should be one of the most important local government areas in this country. If you count, oil has been produced from here since the early 60s, 62. Agip has been here all along. If you count the local governments from the job all the way to this part, then Nelga will be at least top 3 in Nigeria. Very true. But I can't go to my hometown except I rent a boat. I can't build a house. A house in my place is 3 to 4 times as expensive as building it anywhere else. Because the cost of transportation, right, from Asabesi to Onya or Umoru or Uchoku or anywhere, cost of transportation is 3 times the cost of the material. And yet, we want to listen to people who have who don't care for us. People who when we call them, they tell us to get lost. NDA is made up of professionals, hundreds of professionals across the world. And it was some of these boys, what's our phone?
Pressing phones.
Because they believe that come, is it 15th or 25th of February, they will rig themselves. They can only rig if we allow them. They can only rig. We must admit that we've been very foolish also, including me myself, to allow people who don't care for you to take over your land, take over everything, and treat you like animals. That is what we've suffered all these years. So as far as I'm concerned, I speak for myself, and probably for NDA. These are the people I know who are vying for office. Anybody who's going here, that is what we need to take back home. And please don't forget, 5,000 naira can make a difference. It's not up to 200 naira a day. So that we have asked a lot of questions here, but please, to me, this has been the most important question.
Yes.
And it's not to the contestants, it's to us. What it's asking us is, look inside. Go to the mirror and look at yourself. And know that we have been part of the problem. Until we get smart and elect the right people, we have no business complaining. And that's the message. These are the people who have presented themselves to Ndokwa people, Ndokwa East people, as far as I know, right? And these are the people we should take seriously. Full stop. That's my view. It's my personal view. I'll leave it to the rest of my view. There is nothing more to add. Only to congratulate those of you who are here and to encourage you to appreciate that what we mainly did is to create the platform so that you take an informed decision. I'm sure you have heard those who are here. Those who give excuses that they were not contacted is a bukun. One, they were called. Two, their chairman of their parties were reached, communicated, and there are evidence in the secretariat. Thank you very much. Whoever talks of rigging, so remember that there is electronic transmission of votes now. Yeah. Okay. Before you leave, each person has a minute to run it. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute each. So let's take it fast so that this one will leave transformation.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Very well, very well, very well. I hope you cut it off so loud.
We continue from there. Just cause to say hello to us. We are not political. That does not make us Labour Party, ABGA, ADC, or what have you. But respect is reciprocal. The man decided to call us and say, I couldn't make it here. It's something to take away. So please, 1 minute each. Just 1 minute. I stand as the existing protocol. I want to first of all appreciate NDA for this maximum effort. It has never happened in our time. And I know this beginning is going to see the prosperity in the lives. Thank you. To my co-contestants, if he wins, support her at any level. I'm not an aggressive person. I believe that the next few times. But do please, if I win, support me. So thank you very much. That's the spirit.
Thank you, NDA. Thank you, Negans, for the support and solidarity. Thank you, Nega women, because this is about us and the liberation of women and women having a seat at the table. I want to remind us that the power of the people is greater than the people in power. Something has been agitating my mind. We have not done enough as a people. Sorry, sir. I have been doing my fact finding, and I think that the people, you have not asked questions enough. You have made the politicians gods. We must put every political person, political stakeholder on their toes. They must be accountable to us. Whether it is me or any other, they must be made accountable. Thank you, Nelson.
Well. I'm an award-winning photographer who snapped a child almost dead, and the vultures were waiting for that child to have a last breath. And then they asked him, "What did you do at that point?" "I just took my picture and left." And they said, "You killed the child." I want to say that all of you in NDA, may your shadow never grow less. For granting me this opportunity to unveil myself. I never would have thought that in our generation, the previous Ndosimili Development Union, now Ndosimili Development Association, will come back to the I appreciate all of you and God is for us. And I tell my young brother, of course, we are together in this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, NDA. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I want us to take this home. Those people, what they like doing is to sit on the table, decide about future, divide it among themselves. Let us change the narrative. Let us change the old order and make those great again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Once again, I want to express my profound thanks to the NDA for this opportunity to address such an august body. Thank you very much. I believe that this is the beginning of a relationship. It's my prayer that I win, and if I win, I believe that you will see more of me, and we'll have better interactions and more interactions as we progress. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come.
Nelda, if you miss it this time, if you take it that time, you will have a representative of the House. If you vote me as my president into power. If you miss it this time, it will take us a lifetime. Let us make history. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A bit of thanks by Virginia here, the Vice Chairman of NDA, Engineer Ike Ejoko. And then Ivan, we've spent a long time here today. Very quickly, I want to start from here. I want to thank everybody. We've been here since we started, and this event will be completely useless if we do not have the real people of the local in the city. So make it one of them. Thank you very much for coming and spending all the time in spite of the conditions. I also want to thank our community leaders and rural farmers. We have represented the community very well here today, and we've given color to this event. We've given credibility to the event. The fact that our real leaders, traditional leaders are here with us. I also want to thank the candidates who have deemed it fit to respond to our call. They called, like was it Christ said, many were called, but you were chosen. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Like I was saying earlier, I personally any candidates who are taking time to come to talk to local government. We are one of only 25, we are only one of 25 local governments at the governorship level, at the Senate level, one of several local governments in taking time, and at the representative level, one of 3 local governments to take the time to come to talk to us, tells us that you take the service seriously. You need to serve. You need to understand what the issues are, and you want to put a face to what we see on the posters, and also to our House of Assembly candidates. You spoke well, and we thank you as well. Okay, for coming. Should I be thanking NDA? No, we just did what we had to do. We came together 2-3 years ago. We go extinct. Yes, we're in danger, right? That is why, that's how important it is to us. We are threatened, we're in danger. So please, whoever wins, have it at the back of your mind. We ask some difficult questions that we need serious help. We need serious representation, not politics as usual, not business as usual. On that note, I want to thank everybody and the team that's behind putting all of this together and saying a big thank you. Thanks a lot.
Before we leave, just continue, we will have a photograph. Step forward, please. I'll arrange our
Hold on.